Chapter 456. Red Rose Manor, outside a luxurious room filled with antique. Klein stood at the door and asked the sixth maid he met today. The young maid was wearing a black and white servant dress with the characteristics of this era. She had a pretty appearance and was in the prime of her youth. Her brown hair was naturally curly, and she looked a little playful. "Who does Mr. Talum come into contact with when he visits?" Klein repeated the previous question with a numb expression. The maid didn't even pause before replying. "Mr. Talum usually requests an audience with His Royal Highness, either to accompany him on horseback or to discuss matters. If His Royal Highness happens to be absent, he will meet with that lady. They are very good friends and have obtained the butler's permission." "Talum and the commoner woman that Prince Edisac likes are good friends? They would meet in private from time to time? He should be trying to persuade him to leave so that it won't affect the prince's reputation." Klein nodded while he was deep in thought. What will Mr. Talum and that lady talk about?" When he raised this question, Klein suddenly recalled Talum's previous behavior of falling into the river of love. With his rich experience from the information age, he had inexplicably imagined an extremely melodramatic romance story. The maid was not afraid of the detective. She smiled and shook her head. "At times like this, we will all be asked to leave the room." Klein found it increasingly difficult to restrain his imagination. He even felt that Prince Edisac's top hat and helmet needed a different coating. Without waiting for him to ask again, the maid chuckled and said, "Detective Moriarty, if you want to know what that lady and Mr. Talum were talking about, you can ask her directly. The old butler doesn't allow it." Klein confidently pushed out the shield that blocked the arrows. He turned around and smiled. "You seem to know more than the servants before you. You even know how to call me Detective Moriarty." The maid looked around and maintained her smile. "Because I'm taking turns serving that lady, and she's always wanted to meet you, Detective Moriarty. After all, she's good friends with Mr. Talum and is very concerned about his death. It's a pity that she always misses you." "Always?" Klein was very sensitive to words like always, coincidentally, and missed. The maid nodded seriously. "The first time His Highness invited you to be his guest, she deliberately threw a tantrum. She wanted to take the opportunity to meet you while you were walking downstairs. Who knew that you would leave in a hurry? After that, she took the initiative to offer flowers at Mr. Talum's grave in place of His Highness, but because she didn't know what you looked like, she couldn't find you. And today, she coincidentally went to the golf course at the back to relax. Otherwise, even if the butler didn't allow it, she would have found a way to see you. What a coincidence!" Klein had just sighed when he suddenly grasped a key point. On the day of Talum's funeral, the person who offered flowers in place of the prince was the commoner woman he loved. And what concerned Klein the most that day was the lady with the black veil and sapphire ring. She might very well have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, or she might be a powerful existence at the same level. Suddenly, the scene at that time flashed in Klein's mind. The woman with the sapphire ring on her finger was wearing a heavy black dress. Accompanied by two maids, she gradually disappeared into the distance. One of the two maids had naturally curly brown hair. The image of the maid quickly overlapped with the maid in front of Klein, and it was a perfect match. Klein's body tensed up as sweat seeped out of his back, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Using his clown powers, he pretended to recall and asked with a smile, "Were you with that lady on the day of Talum's funeral?" The maid replied without a care, "Yes." F***ck, it's really her. Klein maintained his smile. "Very good. Next question." As if nothing had happened, he asked about other matters step by step before switching to another servant to continue. However, Klein had secretly shortened the process and sped up the progress. He wanted to leave Red Rose Manor before the lady returned on horseback. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before the sky turned dark, Klein bade farewell much earlier than he had expected and returned to the city in the carriage sent by the old butler. Sitting in the carriage window with his back against the wall wrapped in silk and cotton, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and had the energy to reflect on the entire matter. The person who cursed Talum was Prince Edisac's beloved commoner woman. Why would she want to deal with a descendant of a fallen noble to take revenge on Talum for trying to separate her and the prince? However, there's no need for her to do it herself. She could find an opportunity to reveal this matter in bed. Prince Edisac has plenty of ways to make Talum disappear without a trace. Before Talum died, he was completely in a state of love. The earliest sign was after he successfully persuaded the commoner woman to leave Prince Edisac. They had an affair? So, in order to eliminate the latent danger, the commoner woman who was brought back to the manor cursed Talum to death? Logically, it makes sense, but the problem is, how can a big shot with a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of the same level be restrained by Prince Edisac? Even if Augustus is from an angel family and has enough accumulation, he would still have to use immense power and use special methods to restrain him. This isn't something a prince can do. Furthermore, how could such a figure like Talum? Why does she keep wanting to see me? Did she notice that I'm using the gray fog to spy on her? No, if that's the case, I would have been buried with Talum on the day of his funeral. In addition, when she first wanted to see me, I hadn't obtained any flesh, hair, or belongings. I hadn't done any divination. Klein thought in puzzlement. In the end, he decided to bury the question at the bottom of his heart and not probe or investigate it. I hope that the machinery hive mind, with my previous reminder, will discover the extraordinary importance the royal family places on this matter. That's right, their importance might not be for Prince Edisac's reputation, but for another reason. I hope that the royal family will continue to restrain that lady and prevent her from visiting me. In a few days, when the time is right, I'll hand in this mission and express my helplessness. Then, I'll use the excuse of going south for a vacation to change my identity and hide for a period of time. Klein's mood gradually calmed down. Dusk in Bakeland was always replaced by dark clouds and drizzling rain. Physically and mentally exhausted, Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and lowered his body slightly. He quickly crossed the wet streets and returned to 15 Minsk Street under the illumination of the gas lamp. After a short rest, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the gray fog in the dark environment. After advancing to sequence 6 Faceless, he had always wanted to check if there were any changes in the mysterious space, but due to his exhaustion last night, he hadn't woken up in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he had been busy outside during the day, so he could only wait until now. In addition, Klein had to eliminate any interference and divine something. That was, after this advancement, when his spirituality wasn't stable, he didn't hear the illusory ravings of Hornaces, Phlegria, Hornaces, Phlegria. He wanted to figure out if this was a natural change after advancing to sequence 6, or if there was another reason. In the majestic palace, the long, mottled bronze table and the 22 high-back chairs with different symbols on their backs stood quietly, as if they hadn't changed since time immemorial. The same was true for the gray fog beneath them and the endless emptiness around them. But the moment Klein entered, his spiritual intuition keenly sensed that the mysterious space was somewhat different from before. He wasn't in a hurry to explore or make any attempt. After calming his emotions, he sat at the top, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a divination statement. The reason why I haven't heard the ravings after my advancement. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, Klein recited the sentence in a low voice and leaned against the back of the chair. With the help of meditation, he quickly entered a dream. In the dusky sky and earth, images flickered one after another before finally settling on one scene. It was Klein when his face and body were still covered in light-colored granulation. He was surrounded by an illusory, thin, and undetectable grayish-white mist. The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and roughly understood what had happened. The gray fog interweaves with reality, helping me block out the ravings that come from nowhere. Advanced to sequence 6. After that, my connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog became even closer, which brought about certain changes and allowed me to naturally borrow some of its power. That should be the case for now. Yes, I'll try to explore the surroundings and see if there are any changes. Klein slowly got up, followed his spiritual perception, and walked in a certain direction outside the ancient palace. Beneath his feet was the gray fog that spread out like seawater. After walking for an unknown period of time, just as he was about to stop and give up on exploring, there was a sudden flash of light at the end of the road. Klein was delighted as he quickened his pace and approached. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a staircase that led to heaven. The staircase was condensed from pure light. It was sacred, transparent, and clear, capable of shocking everyone's heart. The staircase extended upwards into the void. There were only 4 levels, and each level was rather high, as though it was prepared for creatures larger than giants. Klein looked up in its direction and saw a layer of grayish-white fog. It was condensed in midair, as though it was holding something up, and there was still a certain distance between the staircase of light and it. 4 steps means that I've already finished drinking the sequence 9, 8, 7, and 6 potions? What's above that layer of fog? Klein cautiously walked forward and arrived in front of the staircase of light before stepping onto it. There was nothing strange about the staircase. It was as solid as stone. Klein followed the staircase and climbed up to the 4th level. Then, he tried to look above the grayish-white fog, but unfortunately, his vision couldn't penetrate it at all. He thought for a moment, took 2 steps forward, and tried his best to jump up. However, the moment he left the staircase of light, he lost his momentum and his spirit body's flight instincts. He plummeted straight down and stepped on the gray fog at the bottom. From the looks of it, I still need to raise my sequence by 2 to 3 more. If sequence 4 is indeed a qualitative change, then I should be able to do it after I become a demigod. Klein looked up and made a judgment. Chapter 457. After a round of exploration, Klein, who didn't discover anything else, returned to the ancient palace that was propped up by stone pillars. He sat at the end of the long bronze table, half closed his eyes, and examined the growth of his spirituality and the number of members he could rope in. Including the ones I didn't take on before, I can roughly rope in 4 new members. However, I don't have a target for now. Klein shook his head and muttered to himself. Without staying any longer, he returned to the real world and busied himself with a beautiful dinner. He cut the potatoes, blanched the beef, added the onions, and stir-fried them for a while. After sprinkling white sugar, pepper, and other condiments, Klein poured the prepared hot water into the pot, covered it, and lowered the flame. I have to say that the ability of a magician to control flames is a great helper in the kitchen. Ever since I had it, my culinary skills have improved significantly. If there wasn't any loss of control, monsters, searches, or evil gods, and everyone working to use their powers without causing any harm, the world would be peaceful and beautiful. Klein sighed and left the kitchen to enter the living room. The light from the gas wall lamps spilled out. Klein, who had planned on flipping through a magazine and waiting for an opportunity to add the potatoes and carrots, as well as the right amount of salt, couldn't help but think about how to act as a faceless. When I woke up this morning, my spirituality had completely stabilized. I realized that although the faceless potion in my body showed no signs of digesting, it had a certain degree of compatibility with me. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before. After consuming the seer, clown, and magician's potions with this in mind, Klein looked up at the oriel window. As it was already dark outside, it became like a mirror, faithfully reflecting the black-haired, brown-eyed, bearded, and gold-rimmed glasses figure of Sherlock Moriarty. Klein nodded in thought. This might be because I've been acting as Klein Moretti all this time. In a sense, Sherlock Moriarty is just Klein in disguise, and not someone else. Although I've received many memory fragments and have some of my original feelings, in essence, I'm still a visitor from another world, Earth's keyboard warrior Zhou Mingrui. I've experienced too many things in the past 5 months. Sometimes I even think that I'm Klein Moretti. Amidst the silence, thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, giving him many insights. However, I'm still Zhou Mingrui wearing Klein Moretti's skin. I've never given up on returning. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure reflected in the oriel window had changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and short black hair. There was nothing special about his facial features, and he looked rather refined. However, there were obvious bags under his eyes, and there were signs of a double chin. This was Zhou Mingrui from Earth. Long time no see. Klein sighed, raised his hands, and rubbed his face. When he put down his arms, he had already transformed back into Sherlock Moriarty. After some contemplation and adjustment, he inexplicably felt that there was less of a barrier between his spirituality and the potion, and there were signs of them slowly fusing. It's no wonder Nimblewright Master Rosego's teacher, or perhaps his teacher, said that you can disguise as anyone, but you can only be yourself. This should be the core principle of the faceless acting method. Once you forget this point, it's very easy to lose yourself in the constant changes and eventually become a monster. Klein recalled what he had gained from mediumship and came to a realization. He crossed his right leg, leaned back, and quickly made plans for the future. I'll figure out and summarize the specific acting principles of a faceless in the Beyonder Circle of Bakeland. I'll gather information related to mermaids on the tarot, so as to prepare for the ritual at sea. I'll directly or indirectly obtain the High Priest Sun Potion formula and help Little Sun advance to Sequence 7. I'll be qualified to obtain the method to remove the mental corruption of a rampager in a Beyonder characteristic. But I can't place all my hopes on Little Sunday. I'll have to attempt to gather it myself. Klein, whose mood gradually calmed down, snapped his fingers, reducing the fire in the kitchen. The fragrance of beef began to spread. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. The visitor was Lawyer Jurgen. Even though it was drizzling and the ground was wet, Jurgen was still dressed meticulously. He even wore a vertical collar. "What's the matter?" Klein was already quite familiar with him, so he didn't exchange pleasantries and directly asked. Jurgen put away his black umbrella and patted off the water droplets on his double-breasted frock coat. "Sherlock, I'll be leaving Bakeland on Monday next week. I'll be heading south for a vacation with my grandmother. The warm environment and clean air there suit her very well." "That's a very good thing." Klein took the initiative to make a deduction and asked with a smile, "You want me to temporarily adopt Brody?" Jurgen shook his head seriously. "My grandmother couldn't bear to part with Brody and insisted on bringing him along. I've asked around, and as long as we put him in a cage and buy a full fare ticket, he can also board the steam locomotive. However, we have to clean the cage at all times so that the air above isn't polluted. In fact, the smell in the third-class carriage is enough to overwhelm the stench of cat poop." Klein chuckled. "Brody probably doesn't want to go out, right?" "But it can't bear to part with my grandmother," Jurgen replied. He pressed down on his hat and said, "I'm here to inform you that if you need to be released on bail or deal with legal disputes, you can look for my colleague. This is his business card. I've already communicated with him. He won't be leaving Bakeland this year." How professional. He even specially considered this problem. "However, I probably don't need it for the time being. I'm now an informant for the machinery hive mind. Under normal circumstances, I won't be arrested and sent to the police station." Klein thanked him with a smile, took the business card, and stuffed it into his pocket. Jurgen had no intention of chatting or entering. He immediately raised his hand and said, "I still have to visit other clients. Sherlock, see you tomorrow." "No, see you next year." "Then I'll have to say this in advance. Happy New Year to your family." Klein smiled and waved. Watching Jurgen leave with his umbrella, Klein closed the door and sat back in the living room. At this moment, other than the sizzling flames licking the bottom of the pot in the kitchen, there was no other sound in the room. It was so quiet that Klein could hear the carriage moving in the distance. He slowly looked around and saw the coffee table, the contract, the cupboard, the fountain pen, the porcelain cup, the dining table, the chair, and the wall. Retracting his gaze, Klein leaned back on the sofa and looked out the window at the dark night and the gas street lamps that emitted a dense glow. In the deep cold and silence, he sighed. New Year, the lightning gradually calmed down, and the darkness became the ruler of the land. After a short trek and sporadic battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally arrived at their destination. With the help of the animal hide lantern's light that couldn't reach far, Derek Berg saw the city walls that had almost completely collapsed. He saw the tattered streets that didn't even have a single weed. On both sides of the street, most of the houses had collapsed. Only a few were barely holding on, but their surfaces were mottled and filled with the dust of time. The white and blue paint, which was different from the spires of the City of Silver, was already gray, making it hard to imagine what they originally looked like. However, for Derek to be able to use this to pry into the city's past, it must have experienced a long period of time. It had a considerable number of residents, and it had developed a civilization of its own in the Dark Ages. The humans here consumed potions, repaired buildings, and defended the city walls. 5 to 6 or more teams would explore, hunt monsters, and search for the resources necessary for survival. They would celebrate in a short period of stability, offering sacrifices to the deities, and yearning for a response. They would give birth to the next generation, allowing hope to continue. However, they eventually disappeared into the darkness, losing all their voices, leaving behind only ruins. The ruins were like a huge tomb, burying a civilization that had struggled to survive but had disappeared. Demon Hunter Colin looked around, his expression somewhat solemn, as if he had seen the future of the City of Silver. He pointed ahead and said, "The other places have been cleaned up. That temple is in the middle of the city." The exploratory team dispersed slightly, but they still maintained sufficient order. They didn't let down their guard against their surroundings. After passing through ruins that had been destroyed for an unknown period of time, and after walking through streets that were so quiet that it made one restless, Derek finally saw a wide platform that was purely man-made. On the platform there was a half-collapsed building. It was abnormally similar to the temple in the City of Silver. Stone pillars propped up the dome and arched the door. It's completely different from the other buildings here. It's indeed the fallen creator who later converted. Just as this thought flashed through Derek's mind, the 4 lanterns in the team extinguished at the same time. Suddenly, the entire exploratory team fell into pure darkness. There was no lightning in the sky, and there was no candlelight on the ground. The breathing of the surrounding humans also seemed to disappear. Derek's body instantly tensed up. He felt as if a monster had stuck out its tongue in the darkness and was trying to lick his scalp. However, his spiritual perception told him that nothing actual had appeared. At this moment, a young, helpless, terrified, and hoarse voice rang in his ears. It was the whisper of a child. "Save me! Save me!" Derek was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. But in the blink of an eye, bits of shimmering dust appeared in front of him. The dust exploded one after another, igniting a silver-white glow that illuminated the surrounding area. Colin stared at Derek and said with a deep voice, "What are you thinking about?" Derek immediately snapped to his senses. He clasped his hands in shame and placed them in front of his mouth and nose as if he was praying. His body immediately emitted a rather clear light, causing the surrounding darkness to silently recede. The other team members took the opportunity to reignite the candles. As the demon hunter had reacted in time, no team members went missing this time, nor were there any new members. Colin retracted his gaze from Derek and looked at the half-collapsed temple on the platform. Chapter 458. In the half-collapsed temple, Only a few stone pillars remained intact, and together, they supported half of the main hall. At the front of the main hall was an altar covered in cracks. In the middle of the altar stood a pitch-black, huge cross. On the cross hung a naked man hanging upside down. His ankles, thighs, and body had obvious rust-colored nails protruding out, accompanied by bright red blood stains. Derek knew very well that this was the statue of the fallen creator, but he couldn't help but lower his gaze to size up the target's face. He saw that the statue's face, nose, mouth, and ears were rather blurry. Only the eyes were abnormally clear. The fallen creator's eyes were tightly shut, as if he was suffering from guilt and pain. "Move your eyes away. Don't study the evil god's statue," Demon Hunter Colin reminded them in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Excellency." The members of the expedition team hurriedly retracted their gazes. Before today, although the City of Silver had discovered quite a number of destroyed cities in its previous explorations and found some written records that pointed to an evil god, most of the residents had never seen the so-called evil god statue. The remaining portion of the temple on the ground wasn't wide. The expedition team quickly split up into groups of 2 or 3 and finished their inspection, but they didn't find anything abnormal. Upon seeing this, Chief Colin of the 6-member council deliberated for a few seconds. "Head underground." As he spoke, he drew one of the 2 swords on his back and smeared a silver-gray ointment on it. Then, he took out a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment on his belt, pulled out the stopper, and gulped down the medicine inside. At that moment, Derek felt that the chief's light blue eyes seemed to light up a little. The members of the expedition team made their most cautious preparations. Under the illumination of the 4 animal hide lanterns, they followed the stairs to the left of the statue and walked down to the underground area step by step. Derek took his turn holding the lantern. He walked ahead on the left and carefully went deep into the darkness. He heard his and his companion's footsteps echo out from the surface of the stone steps, producing a distant and empty echo. The echo was not disturbed at all, indicating the absolute silence below. However, in the hearts of the members of the exploration teams, it was like a knock on the door, attempting to open a secret that had been buried for who knew how many years. That made them extremely tense. After walking for an unknown period of time, Derek finally saw that the road ahead had become flat. He also saw the newly discovered mural described by the corrupted Dekers. Those murals existed on both sides of the wall, simply painted with some colors, appearing ancient, vicissitudes of life, and gloomy. Derek took a casual glance and was attracted by one of the murals. On the wall in front of them on the left, a pure white cross stood in the center, surrounded by a sea of black that drowned many humans who were struggling to stretch out their arms. On the cross was the fallen creator hanging upside down. The rusted nails and blood-colored stains were no different from the statues in the outside world. However, in this mural, the fallen creator was suffering from the corrosion of black, causing parts of the pure white cross to turn pitch black. Apart from that, the cross supported a hazy land. Countless humans were kneeling and praying to the fallen creator. Around the scene, in the deepest depths of the darkness, there were 6 evil godlike figures. In the upper left corner was a lady wearing a black classic dress. Her clothes were layered, but they weren't complicated. They were embedded with star-like brilliance. Her body was relatively incorporeal, and there were signs of ripples spreading outwards. Her face was blurry, as though she was wearing a faceless mask. Around her, the darkness was surging, and strange eyes were faintly discernible. Right above her was a young man wearing a pure white robe. His face was painted pure gold, and he grew tentacles that resembled light. His hands held a rotten green book and a spear condensed from light. His chest and back were reversed. In the upper right corner was a monster holding a trident. It had an octopus-like head, wide eyes, and its body was wrapped in lightning. Countless bird feathers formed its cloak, and the darkness turned into waves that supported its feet. In the lower right corner was a plump and beautiful lady. Her chest was bulging high, and she was naked outside her clothes. In her arms was a baby with a rotting face. Beneath her feet were black wheat, a spring with squirming flesh, herbs with pus flowing, and wild mating animals. Directly below her was an old man wearing a hood, revealing his mouth, wrinkles, and white beard. The old man held an open book, and above it was an omniscient eye. At first glance, this old man looked the most normal, but the smile on his lips had an indescribable evil. In the lower left corner was a giant warrior wearing broken armor. He held a long sword and sat on a throne. The background was a desolate dusk. The meaning of this mural was that when the cataclysm arrived, the evil gods crawled out of the abyss. In order to save the world, the fallen creator bore most of the blame and pain. As a result, his symbol was eroded and his image changed. But I think, the greatest evil god. Derek carried the hide lantern and looked at the mural on the wall as he walked. He realized that it was basically the same as Dacre's description. The core theme was that the region was not abandoned by the gods. Instead, it was blessed by the Creator, and civilization was maintained in the apocalypse. Of course, Dacre had only briefly mentioned it, and it was far less detailed than the mural itself. Throughout the entire process, Derek did not let his guard down. Having learned his lesson from being dumbfounded, he was always on guard against accidents, and was ready to respond at the first instance. In the dim yellow candlelight, the exploration team passed through corridors, halls, and rooms, and went deep into the underground area of the temple. Suddenly, a half-open gray stone door appeared in front of them. Outside the door was a cluster of beautiful mushroom-shaped objects. They were the size of a palm, with white handles and bright red caps. They were sparkling with dark golden spots. Upon seeing these mushrooms, the members of the exploration team felt a strong urge to rush over, pluck one, and stuff it into their mouths. Gulp. Many of them swallowed their saliva. However, most of the people who could enter the expedition team had rich experience and were relatively good sequences. After receiving a reminder in advance, someone immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "Don't worry." Having been warned beforehand, someone immediately stood up and whispered, "That's rotting flesh and hairy scalps." Derek knew this teammate. He knew that his name was Joshua, and that he had a mystical item that he had obtained and successfully exchanged for during an exploration. Joshua stretched out his scarlet-gloved left palm and aimed it at the door. With a flash of light, a blazing fireball quickly formed and shot out, hitting the abnormally alluring mushrooms. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as the flames spread out 2 meters in all directions. By the time the flames subsided, the mushrooms had all disappeared, leaving behind only bits of flesh and blood. It disgusted the Beyonders, who had nearly lost control of themselves. Demon Hunter Colin didn't interfere with his team's actions. He quietly watched from the side, nodding from time to time. How can there be mushrooms made of flesh, blood, and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? Joshua retracted his left palm and muttered to himself in puzzlement. Another team member made a bold guess. The original residents of this city? That's possible. Perhaps their death is to turn into pure flesh and hair. Derek agreed inwardly. After a brief discussion, the exploration team split into several groups and cleaned up the hall outside the gray stone door. After doing all of this, they regrouped and slowly passed through the door, ready to fight at any moment. Behind the door was an altar-like place. The area around it was difficult for light to illuminate, was deep and dark, and it was unknown what was hidden inside. And above the altar, there was also a pitch-black cross and the hanging fallen creator. Derek, who was holding an animal hide lantern, was the closest and instinctively glanced over. His gaze suddenly froze because he realized that the fallen creator statue here was different from the outside world. Its eyes were open. His blood-red eyes and black pupils stared straight at the intruders as if they were alive. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Derek heard the clatter of teeth. He originally thought that it came from one of his team members, but he quickly realized that it was him who was trembling. Although he didn't know much about the dangers of the evil gods, his teeth were instinctively chattering at this moment. Da-da-da. His teammates had a similar reaction. At this moment, a bit of powder floated up. Demon Hunter Colin clenched his fist. Rumble! The sound of thunder reverberated, and Derek and the rest snapped out of their nightmarish state. Before they had time to examine their surroundings, they suddenly heard the sound of weeping coming from behind the altar. Woo 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 woo. In the silence that made one's teeth ache, Demon Hunter Colin calmly ordered, "Don't worry. Derek, Joshua, go around and take a look." Derek's body was a little cold as he held the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane. Together with Joshua, he slowly walked around to the back of the altar. As the darkness was gradually dispelled by the light, they saw a black shadow curled up behind the altar. Taking another 2 steps forward, the black shadow revealed its original appearance. It was a child of 7 or 8 years old, with soft, yellow hair. He closed his eyes, as if he wasn't used to the light. He shouted excitedly, "Save me, save me." Derek's pupils constricted as he recalled the cry for help he had heard in the pure darkness. He subconsciously raised the axe of Hurricane. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who had already arrived beside them, took a step forward and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" The child stopped crying for help and said, as if recalling something, My name is Jack." After dinner, Klein put on his coat and hat and prepared to go out. He wanted to find Miss Sharon and solve the problem of a particular baronet digging a tunnel. He also wanted to ask for clues about mermaids, hoping to complete this matter before Sherlock and Moriarty went south for a vacation. Chapter 459. Outside the Bravehearts bar, a rental carriage drove by briskly. Inside the carriage, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, and Sharon, who was still wearing a black Gothic regal dress, sat opposite each other. Looking at the expressionless, pale face of the former Miss Bodyguard, Klein really had no way to exchange pleasantries, so he could only go straight to the point. "I'm ready." Although Sequence 6 Faceless only brought him one beyonder power, the ones he had before had a clear improvement. As a result, his strength had been greatly enhanced. This was the best preparation, and the abilities of a Faceless could be said to be a godly skill in certain situations. For example, when he was being chased or when he wanted to sneak in. Klein couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Sharon listened quietly and said succinctly, "Tonight?" She raised her voice slightly to indicate that she was asking a question. "If you have no problem with it, then I have no problem with it either." Klein had already prepared his response. "Okay." Sharon nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Klein deliberated before asking again, "What's the matter? Have you heard about mermaids? Do you know where I can find this legendary creature?" Sharon's blue eyes stared at Klein without blinking, as if she had turned into a real puppet. After a while, she said emotionlessly, "There are no longer any mermaids in the places that humans can reach. Only the fishermen of the Gargas archipelago would occasionally hear the singing of mermaids in the storm during the long voyage to hunt for white-tailed whales." The Gargas archipelago was located in the depths of the Sonia Sea. It was the furthest human colony on this sea, and it featured whale oil, whale meat, and other products. "I wonder if this rumor is true or false." Klein nodded slightly. "I understand." The bell in the night echoed quietly, as if it came from an extremely distant place. There was an abandoned chapel in the middle of William Street. Withered vines crawled over the walls and gray stones fell everywhere. Inside the chapel, feces and debris were mixed together, and piles of stones and withered grass were intertwined. In a half-collapsed corner, a middle-aged man in black tight-fitting clothes moved away the rocks that hid the entrance of the cave. He carried digging tools, lighting equipment, and a soil basket as he carefully and excitedly crawled into the tunnel. He had white sideburns and puffy eyes. He was none other than Baronet Rafter Pound, who was believed to be mentally ill. He was a hidden descendant of the Tudor family from the Fourth Epoch. This hedonistic son of a rich family, who was always entangled with high-class call girls, had a solemn expression on his face. His eyes were bright, and there were no signs of him being addicted to wine and women. Using his elbows as support, he quickly crawled downward, as if the end of the tunnel hid his life's greatest and only hope. Not long after, he touched the damp soil and cold stones in front of him. This did not extinguish Rafter-Pound's enthusiasm, and he repeated an action that he had become extremely familiar with for some time. As he dug, moved, and transported, a dark underground palace suddenly appeared in front of him. Rafter-Pound's expression immediately turned crazy with excitement. He suddenly reached forward and grabbed a black iron coat of arms. On the coat of arms was a hand holding a scepter. Rafter-Pound's eyes lit up as if they were burning. Just as he wore the black iron coat of arms on his chest, everything in front of him suddenly shattered. He was still in the narrow and irregular tunnel, and in front of him was still damp soil and cold stones. No, apart from that, there was another person quietly watching him. It was a person without eyes, a nose, a mouth, eyebrows, or ears. Rafter-Pound's pupils constricted as he felt a numbness rise from his waist down, along his spine, and straight to the back of his head. Without even thinking about it, he immediately dropped all his items and frantically retreated. His elbows slammed into the ground, leaving his flesh a bloody mess, but he didn't feel any pain. Finally, Rafter-Pound left the tunnel and returned to the abandoned chapel. Due to the loss of the lantern, he could only see the deep darkness and the dim crimson that enveloped the edges. Suddenly, the withered vines that climbed up the walls swayed like snakes, and a figure walked out of the darkness. She wore a Gothic regal dress and a small black bonnet. She had a pale, almost transparent face, pale blonde hair, and blue eyes that didn't look human. Rafter-Pound nearly shouted. For such a woman to appear in such an environment was no different from a ghost story in folklore. Tap, tap, tap. He took a few steps back and nearly tripped over a stone. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and suppressed his fear. He revealed an expression of nervousness and hope, as well as excitement and anticipation. Why, you're the evil spirit in the underground palace? Yes, it must be you. Your Excellency, you seem to have misunderstood something. Faceless Klein crawled out of the tunnel and silently stood in the shadows. His and Sharon's plan was to scare Rafter-Pound away, scaring him so much that he wouldn't dare to pry into the underground ruins again. However, his reaction was somewhat unexpected. Sharon paused for a second and tacitly asked, "What are you trying to say?" Rafter-Pound quietly exhaled and curled the corners of his lips. "After so many years of attempts, I believe you should already understand that killing a descendant of the Tudor family will not help you remove the seal. Only by cooperating with me, who has the great Tudor bloodline, will you have a chance of escaping the predicament that has lasted for more than 2,000 years. The Tudor family knew of the existence of the evil spirit, but they still died in that room." Klein frowned in puzzlement. Before Sharon could speak, he raised his voice and mimicked the other party's ethereal voice. "Why did you only come today?" This was a branch of a faceless beyonder power, to simulate the target's voice. As long as he heard it, he could reproduce it. Of course, Klein believed that he couldn't repeat the true creator's ravings or Mr. Door's cries for help. This beyonder power was still limited to the domain of ordinary people. Sharon secretly turned her head and glanced at him without exposing him. Rafter-Pound didn't notice it as he chuckled. "Because the Black Emperor has appeared. Fate tells me that the glory of the Blood Emperor is about to appear once again. Is there any logic to this?" For some reason, Klein felt that Rafter-Pound looked more like a lunatic than before. He once again used Sharon's voice to ask, "Black Emperor?" "Ha ha!" Rafter-Pound laughed. "Yes, hero bandit Black Emperor. He must have a close relationship with the real Black Emperor. Why didn't I know?" Klein found it amusing. He thought for a moment and didn't speak again, giving up the right to ask questions. For some reason, Sharon also remained silent. Seeing this, Rafter Pound was delighted and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" He hurriedly asked, "So, what's your answer?" "I refuse," Sharon replied without a trace of emotion. Rafter suppressed his anxiety and tried to persuade her again. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened as he suddenly took a few steps to the side and came in front of a stone wall that was still relatively intact. This. Klein and Sharon noticed something amiss at the same time and responded. One of them pulled out his revolver and aimed it at Rafter Pound, while the other filled the ruined chapel with crimson moonlight. Rafter Pound didn't even look at them. He faced the stone wall, exerted strength from his back, and slammed his head into it. Thump, thump, thump. He hit it 3 times in a row and fainted with blood flowing from his forehead. Then, he got up again, his eyes bloodshot for some reason. Rafter Pound raised his right hand and wiped his forehead, causing his palm to be covered in blood. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the scarlet liquid. He said in an intoxicated manner, "The Tudor bloodline is truly delicious. This will allow my hatred to exceed its limits and help me temporarily expand the boundaries of the seal." Klein aimed his gun at the man and asked in surprise, "What happened? An evil spirit from the ruins?" A trickle of blood slid down Rafter Pound's face as he smiled in a rather terrifying manner. "You guessed right. I previously judged you to be weak and wanted to corrupt your mind, enter your dreams, and bewitch you to save me. Who knew that, you're also a person with secret. Don't be so direct." Klein subconsciously glanced at Sharon and found nothing abnormal about her. "What do you want to do?" Klein asked directly. The evil spirit sighed. "I'm just an innocent person who was harmed by Alista Tudor's ambition. Due to the restraints of my corpse, I've been trapped in that underground ruin for nearly or more than 2,000 years. I hope that you can help me escape my predicament and let me become a free spirit. I swear that I won't deal with innocent people." Having said that, he looked at Sharon with bloodshot eyes. "You should be a wraith of the mutant pathway. The next step is a key node to becoming a demigod. I don't know if you have the potion formula for puppet, but I can help you obtain it. I can even become a part of your ritual. This is the reward I promised." Puppet. Sequence 4 of the mutant pathway is called Puppet? What a strange name. Klein mumbled inwardly. The evil spirit turned to look at him. "You will also be rewarded. It's an item that can be considered magical and precious. Due to a certain degree of attraction, its wielder came to the underground palace and died beside the Tudor descendants. This is what it looks like." As he spoke, the evil spirit spread out his palm, allowing the crimson moonlight to condense into an image. In the image, there was a normal-sized tarot card. The image on it was completely different from the other cards. Sitting in the chariot wasn't a king, but a male priest in a dark red robe. The priest looked like Roselle Gustave. "This is a card of blasphemy." Klein's gaze moved instantly and saw the starlight condense into a line of text in the upper left corner. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Chapter 460. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Which pathway sequence 0 is this? I know the true name of another sequence 0. Of course, that's on the premise that the evil spirit isn't lying. It's said that the holder of the Red Priest card found the underground ruins of the Tudor family due to a certain degree of attraction, but he ended up dying in that room. This should be the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics of the same pathway, right? No, Roselle the Great seems to have mentioned that after advancing to a high sequence beyonder, with the corresponding card of blasphemy in hand, one can subtly sense the beyonder ingredients needed later on. In other words, the room where the evil spirit is sealed hides a demigod-level characteristic of the Red Priest pathway. Perhaps the evil spirit was a demigod of this pathway when it was alive, or even stronger. The subtle sense provided by the card of blasphemy is probably based on the law of convergence, Klein instantly thought of many things as he subconsciously turned his head to glance at Sharon to see her reaction. From there, he could determine if she knew about the card of blasphemy and if she understood the meaning of sequence 0. However, there was no change in expression on Sharon's pale, almost translucent face, as though the evil spirit was showing an ordinary tarot card. But this explains something. When every Beyonder hears of sequence 0 for the first time, they will subconsciously think about the meaning it represents. Perhaps only Beyonders of the spectator pathway can see Miss Sharon's subtle body language. Klein sighed inwardly. Seeing the two of them fall silent, the evil spirit gave Klein a deep look and slowly made the projection of the card of blasphemy in its hand disappear. It looked at Sharon with bloodshot eyes once again and laughed hoarsely. If you aren't willing to become a demigod of the mutant pathway, I can provide you with the sequence 4 potion formula of the abyss pathway. Restrained desires and flamboyant viciousness have always been very compatible, right? Sharon ignored the evil spirit's question and turned to look at Klein unhurriedly, indicating for him to respond. From what the evil spirit is saying, the mutant pathway and the abyss pathway are close pathways that can be interchanged at high-sequence Beyonders. Rose School and the Blood Sanctification sect are indeed quite similar in appearance. Klein thought for 2 seconds and looked at the blood-stained rafter pound. Then how should I remove your seal? The evil spirit chuckled and said, It's simple. Find the direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families and get 10 milliliters of blood from each of them. You can have more, but you can't have less. Then mix them with holy water and sprinkle them into the room I'm in. In this way, the seal will be removed. It was a very simple and strange method. Even in the field of mysticism, it was rare. Why did it have to be a direct descendant of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families? I've never heard of the latter. Sauron is the former royal family of Intis, while the Einhorn family is the royal family of the Faesak Empire. What they have in common is that they were once loyal to the Tuluan Sostal Empire, an angel family of the fourth epoch, the final winner. However, Ruan's Augustus and Phaenopater's Castilla family also fit the same criteria. Right, Sauron and the Einhorn family have something in common. They both wield the hunter pathway. Was this the reason he was chosen? Based on the previous situation, the hunter pathway is equivalent to the red priest pathway? Klein had a guess in his mind as he didn't hide his puzzlement. I know of the Sauron and Einhorn families, but I've never heard of the Medici family. That's normal. They always like to hide in the shadows. They are corrupted angels. They established an extremely secretive organization, the evil spirit said with a contemptuous smile. That organization is called Rose Redemption. This name is very familiar. Right, in the newly discovered abandoned temple of the true Creator in the City of Silver, there are similar words written in the corner of a particular mural. They suspect that it's the name of the city or the temple's builder. From the looks of it, this indicates an extremely secretive organization established by corrupted angels. They believe in the true Creator? What does it have to do with the Aurora Order? Klein pondered for a moment. It has something to do with the true Creator? The evil spirit fell silent for 2 seconds before asking in a deep voice, You know of Rose Redemption? I heard of it by chance, Klein said the absolute truth. The evil spirit thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. You have more secrets than I imagined. Can we not discuss such matters? Klein controlled himself from looking at Sharon's reaction, appearing calm and magnanimous on the surface. The evil spirit's gaze swept across their faces and laughed. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true Creator. You definitely can't imagine that some fellows were once members of Rose Redemption, but they later left the organization. As long as you can find an organization that believes in the true Creator and pursue it, you will eventually come into contact with Rose Redemption. It sounds a little similar to the Twilight Hermit Order. One is positive while the other is negative. Klein made a guess based on his intuition. Seeing that the evil spirit didn't go into detail about the idea of Rose's redemption, he smiled. Do you think we can accomplish such a thing with our strength? The evil spirit fell silent for a few seconds. Perhaps you can try your luck in Binsey Town. Binsey Town? Where is it? Klein kept asking, but the evil spirit refused to divulge any further. Faced with this situation, Klein had no choice but to ask. During the fourth epoch were the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fighting for the position of Sequence 0? The evil spirit was taken aback when it heard that. It then smiled. It used to be, but it wasn't. After Alista Tudor went crazy, it wasn't. Alista Tudor is that Blood Emperor. Klein sought confirmation. The evil spirit nodded. Yes, there was only one Blood Emperor, and that was the madman, Alista Tudor. Heh, the descendants of the Tudor family have all inherited that crazy bloodline. They are usually cunning, treacherous, careful, and cautious, but they are easily hot-headed at critical moments, disregarding the consequences. The evil spirit pointed at Rafter Pound's face. He's an example. However, with this lesson, he'll definitely be normal for a long time. I wonder if he's the last Tudor. Alista left behind quite a number of good things that require the bloodline of his descendants to activate. It's best you don't kill him now. The evil spirit paused and chuckled softly. All right, after you help me remove the seal, I'll tell you the stories I've experienced. No, a more accurate description would be the history I've experienced. At this point, Rafter Pound's eyes suddenly lost focus. His body twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Sharon watched this scene silently and suddenly took a step forward. Whoosh! The wind stirred as the soil and rocks on the ground moved, falling into the tunnel and sealing the entrance. After dealing with the aftermath, Klein and Sharon left William Street and circled to another block in the silent darkness. When Klein boarded the rental carriage, Sharon's figure appeared and sat opposite him. She looked at Klein without blinking and asked with an ethereal voice, "What's wrong with you? Will you help it remove the seal?" "No." Klein answered without hesitation before asking, "What about you?" Sharon shook her head, indicating that she wouldn't either. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's been dead for about 2,000 years, and it's only a remnant evil spirit now. Dissipating or returning to the spirit world is the outcome it deserved. My idea is to wait until we have a high-sequence Beyonder before we join forces to eliminate it and give it true release." Although the Red Priest card, the hidden history of the fourth epoch, and the various rewards promised by the evil spirit were very tempting, Klein didn't trust it at all. In his mind, he would always recall the scene of the evil spirit's corpse sitting on a high-backed chair with its head lowered. He recalled the corpse's rotting face when it raised its head. Shalon hummed in acknowledgement and gave the necessary response. "Shouldn't you be asking why you're so confident in becoming a high-sequence Beyonder?" Klein couldn't help but lampoon. And the answer to that question was that humans had to be good at dreaming. Klein didn't harp on the topic and asked, "Is the corresponding sequence 4 of Wraith really puppet?" Sharon nodded. "Do you have the potion formula or Beyonder ingredient?" Klein asked thoughtfully. Sharon shook her head. Klein laughed. "I'll help you keep an eye out for it in my circle." Sharon's tone didn't change as she said, "Thank you." Klein looked out the window and pondered for a moment. "I'm going to the south for a vacation." At this point, he smiled as if he was talking to lawyer Jurgen. "I'd like to wish you and Merrick a happy new year in advance." Sharon was silent for 2 seconds. She pursed her lips and replied in an ethereal voice, "Happy New Year." Her figure gradually faded and disappeared from the carriage. Looking at the little boy behind the altar and listening to his slightly hoarse and tender voice, Derek felt as if he was facing the most terrifying monster. He almost cleaved the axe of Hurricane in his hand. According to his common sense, someone who could survive in the pure darkness for so long was definitely not human. Even if they were, they definitely wouldn't be in the future. Demon Hunter Collins' eyes seemed to light up a little. He tightened his grip on his sword and asked calmly, "What's the matter? What are you doing here?" The yellow-haired boy, who called himself Jack, replied with a pained expression, "We're looking for the Lord's sanctuary." "The Lord's sanctuary?" Colin pressed. "Yes." The little boy, Jack, turned his head to look at the pitch-black cross and the hanging figure. "They told me that as long as I head in the direction of the Lord's gaze, I'll be able to reach His sanctuary." "They? You have companions?" Colin's eyes spun around like some kind of monster, taking in everything around him. "What about them?" Upon hearing this question, the little boy, Jack, was clearly taken aback. Suddenly, he pressed his throat and said with a distorted expression, "I'm so hungry, so hungry." Chapter 461. So hungry. As he spoke in a dreamlike manner, Jack raised his head and looked at Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove. So hungry. His mouth widened all the way to his ears. His white teeth were neat and tidy, and his slightly sticky saliva kept gushing out. At the same time, he lunged forward, pouncing at Joshua. He was so fast that he left an afterimage where he stood. Although Joshua was on high alert, he wasn't able to react in time. Before he could even see the process clearly, Jack was already in front of him. Dong! The blonde figure seemed to hit an invisible wall as he stopped just one step away from Joshua. Jack was in midair as a black and red glow suddenly surged from his body, corroding the transparent barrier that was blocking him. Behind Joshua and Derek, Demon Hunter Colin had already knelt on one knee at some point in time. He had stabbed his sword, which was smeared with silver ointment, into the ground. Right on the heels of that, the entire area where the altar was instantly lit up, as if it was sprinkled with the purest light of dawn. Colin suddenly drew his sword, and his figure strangely split apart, turning into layers of afterimages that were scattered around the altar. Every figure raised the sword in their hands at the same time, combining with the nearby light of dawn as they emitted a bright glow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swords were thrust out one after another. The light of dawn gathered and surrounded the little boy Jack from all directions. Amidst the radiance of the rising sun, the black and red figures rapidly evaporated and were obliterated by the storm-like attacks. In the underground hall where the altar was located, the light became abnormally bright, so bright that Derek Berg couldn't help but close his eyes. He suddenly jolted and woke up from his deep sleep. He saw the quietly burning bonfire in front of him and the team members who were dutifully guarding the camp. Demon Hunter Colin, who was sitting cross-legged beside a stone pillar, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We'll set off in 50 bolts of lightning." Upon hearing this, Derek looked up at the sky and realized that the frequency of lightning hadn't increased significantly. Darkness was still the ruler of this land. Thinking of the city they were about to arrive at and the temple of the fallen creator, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After spending some time to calm down, Derek quickly ate and regained his combat state. "I wonder what will happen in that temple." He held the axe of Hurricane and came to the middle of the team. Inside the camp, lanterns covered in thin animal skins were lit up one after another. 15 Minsk Street. Klein boiled some hot water, adjusted the temperature, and took a comfortable bath. With the laziness of a bath, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He planned on using divination to confirm the matter of the evil spirit. In the silent ancient palace, Klein leaned back in his chair and seriously considered the divination method he should choose and how he should design the divination statement. This had to conform to the principles of mysticism and not involve subdivision or elimination. Furthermore, he had to have enough information. After a short pause, Klein leaned forward, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote down what he wanted to confirm. "The evil spirits in the ruins are hostile to me and Sharon." Taking off the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, Klein held it with one hand and began to meditate. After repeatedly muttering to himself, he opened his eyes and looked forward. This time, the topaz pendant was crazily spinning clockwise. This meant that the evil spirit's malice was stronger than Klein had imagined. Back then, Miss Sharon and I didn't have any abnormalities with our spiritual intuitions. That evil spirit is also a powerhouse that interferes with divination and prophecy. Heh, he definitely wouldn't have expected that one of us would be able to control our desires and not be blinded by greed, while the other has experienced too many things and knows what it means to ask a tiger for its skin. Klein sighed, returned to the real world, and lay in bed. Unfortunately, the heat brought by the broach of sun is only a psychological feeling. It can't warm the bed. Before he fell asleep, he closed his eyes and thought regretfully. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White wiped the last chair, straightened his body, and eagerly said to Father Yutravsky, "I'm done for today. Darn old man, don't make me copy the Holy Bible at the last minute. Darn old man, don't make me copy the Holy Bible at the last minute again." Emlyn subconsciously prayed in his heart. Unknowingly, the object of his prayers had changed from the moon to Mother Earth. Father Yutravsky stood there, making the vampire look like a small child. He smiled and said, "You have recently experienced the joy and relaxation of working with dedication and gratitude. Go back and feel the pulse of life itself in silence, as well as the pure joy that comes from it." "I didn't," Emlyn denied reflexively. Father Yutravsky looked at him with a benevolent smile and said nothing. He turned around, found a seat, and began his regular nightly prayers. Emlyn White's lips quivered in a bid to retort, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He silently left the Harvest Church and habitually closed the door. When he returned to his current residence, he found that the house was deserted and his parents were nowhere to be seen. After witnessing this scene, he remembered that there was a gathering of the blood breeds in Bakeland that night. Those fellows are really undignified. As noble members of the blood clan, they should be sleeping in their coffins or staying in their own rooms. Why do they have to imitate humans and hold all kinds of gatherings? They even have to dance. Emlyn muttered in disdain. As he spoke, he rubbed his stomach, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and decided to change his clothes to attend the gathering. The Odora family is really enviable. They actually have a pure human partner and opened several hospitals. There's fresh blood every day, and they can drink it whenever and however much they want. Emlyn wore a tall black top hat and quickly walked out of the house. In the West District, inside a brightly lit villa, Emlyn picked up a glass of scarlet liquid and drank it thirstily. It's indeed chosen. He half closed his eyes and praised from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, on the dance floor, handsome men and beautiful women were hugging each other and dancing to the romantic music. They would spin or stroll at times. What's the point of this? Emlyn stood at the edge of the railing on the second floor and looked down at his clansmen. As the largest city in the world, Bakeland had many vampires living in it. They were hidden in all walks of life and had completely integrated into human society. As for those who couldn't restrain their destructive and bloodthirsty desires, they were either sent to ancient castles deep in the mountains or dealt with internally in advance. This was to prevent the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and other official Beyonder organizations from finding any clues. Emlyn looked at his clansmen who were getting more and more energetic as the night progressed, and he increasingly felt that he had nothing in common with them. At that moment, the host of tonight's banquet, Cosme Odora, walked over with a wine glass in hand. He asked with a smile, "Do you like the wine tonight?" "Of course. Its owner is young enough and has quite a bit of energy." Emlyn straightened his back and assumed a noble posture. Just from his appearance, Cosme Odora looked like a middle-aged gentleman with a great bearing, but Emlyn knew that he was more than 200 years old. He had once witnessed the Intis under Roselle the Great's rule in Intis. Later, he moved to Rouen because he had lived for too long and was afraid of being discovered by his neighbors. Upon hearing Emlyn's praise, he smiled and said, "Yes, its owner is a young lady." Yes, its owner was a young lady. She was stabbed by a burglar and almost lost her life. Fortunately, she met me, and this was the price she had to pay for her recovery. You can try the wine over there and over there. Their owners come from Balaam and Fainapotter respectively. They have different flavors. Fainapotter? Mother, the humans there love chili so much that their blood has a spiciness that I can't stand. Mother. As Emlyn spoke, he suddenly paused as his expression froze. The corners of Cosme's mouth twitched as he pretended not to hear anything. In the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and said, Emlyn, that's just your imagination. Emlyn, that's just your imagination. By the way, my grandfather wishes to meet you. Your grandfather? Emlyn was first taken aback before he widened his eyes and said, Lord Nibs? Nibs Odora was a powerful sanguine active in the fourth epoch, but the long years had caused his life to decay. He had no choice but to lie in a cold coffin for extended periods of time. Cosme nodded solemnly. Yes. With that said, he turned around and walked to another staircase on the second floor, not considering the possibility of Emlyn disagreeing. Emlyn followed behind, feeling a little uneasy, wondering why Lord Nibs had summoned him. Could it be that he has finally realized that the honor of the sanguine is more important and has decided to help me remove Father Yutravsky's psychological cue? As he walked, Emlyn White felt a strong sense of hope. Following the stairs to the underground area, Emlyn White passed through a few secret doors and entered a spacious gray hall. In the middle of the hall was a heavy coffin made of black iron. There were many symbols and magic labels engraved on it. After Cosme Odora reported, a deep, old voice slowly came from the coffin. Don't worry, I won't be able to find you. Emlyn White, do you know why I summoned you? Honorable Lord Nibs, I believe you plan on helping me remove the psychological cue, Emlyn replied without hesitation. The underground hall fell silent for a few seconds before Nibs Odora, who was lying in the coffin, chuckled. That is one of the purposes, but it is not for me to help you. I just woke up from a long dream because I received a revelation from the primogenitor. Progenitor? He has awakened? The person who exclaimed in surprise wasn't Emlyn, but Cosme Odora. After the cataclysm, didn't the primogenitor only respond to certain major events? Emlyn was puzzled by what he heard. No, not yet. The ancestor told me that the apocalypse is approaching. We have to make preparations for it. And you, Emlyn White, are one of the key figures in the ancestor's revelation. Apocalypse? Cosme asked in surprise. However, Emlyn only had one thought. I, Emlyn White, was actually mentioned by the ancestor. I am the key to the blood breeds surviving the apocalypse. Nibs ignored his grandson's question and continued. Emlyn White, I'll give you something now. Go ahead. Emlyn felt that he was being too humble. After hearing what was said, he still didn't feel arrogant when facing Lord Nibs. Nibs Odora said solemnly, Find a chance to pray to the fool. Emlyn suspected that he had heard wrongly. Nibs added in a deep voice, Find a chance to pray to the fool. Emlyn suspected that he had heard wrongly. Chapter 462. Although I've always had the urge to pray to the fool, hoping to escape the psychological cue planted by Father Yutravsky, I also know very well that chanting the honorific name of an unknown person is rather dangerous. Not all hidden existences will first be bait and slowly guide them. When it comes to such matters, they are often like sharks in the ocean. The moment they smell blood, they will frantically rush forward. But now what did Lord Nibs, no, the primogenitor, want to do? Emlyn White said with a sense of absurdity, That's right. It will be very, very, very dangerous. Inside the black iron coffin, Nibs Odora replied in an old voice. Yes, under normal circumstances. But not all hidden existences are filled with malice. Among them, there are also those who abide by the rules and like to trade. For example, the 7 pure lights in the spirit world. Since the ancestor has given such a revelation, it means that the danger that the fool might bring isn't too serious. It might even be non-existent. And during this process, I will always be by your side to protect you. Don't you want to get rid of the hypnosis? Have you become a believer of Mother Earth and abandoned the moon? No, I didn't, Emlyn hurriedly denied. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, I hope you have a few days to think about it. All right, no problem. I believe you'll make a choice that's befitting of your noble status as a member of the blood tribe. Nib's voice inside the coffin turned gentle as he consoled him with a smile. After sending Emlyn White back to the second floor, Cosme-Odora re-entered the dark and gloomy underground hall and asked in puzzlement, Who's Emlyn? Grandfather, why would Emlyn White be in the revelation given by the ancestor? He's just a weak vampire who has just reached adulthood. Nibs's voice penetrated the thick black iron coffin lid, and there was a slight hum in it. No, the revelation given by the ancestor never included Emlyn White. He only showed the scene of the apocalypse and the corruption from the crimson moon. He also mentioned the fool and the corresponding honorific name. During this process, no sanguine appeared. The so-called key person was just something I created to convince Emlyn White. However, taking risks for the future of the blood race is also very important. Cosme was first enlightened before he had a new question. Why did you choose Emlyn White? What's so special about him? Nibs-Odora suddenly laughed. Didn't he keep clamoring to pray to the fool? Didn't he think that we weren't paying enough attention to his problem, that he wasn't willing to make an enemy out of Bishop Utravsky, and that he was looking for other help? I will fulfill his wish this time. Cosme was stunned and speechless for a long time. Emlyn White stood by the railing on the second floor, looking down at his fellow clansman who didn't know fatigue as he nervously drank a mouthful of fine wine. At the very least, to this day, I've never heard of anyone suffering a tragic fate from praying to the fool. Perhaps it's just as Lord Nibs said, the fool is like the 7 pure lights of the spirit world. They're orderly, warm-hearted hidden existences. Wait, what are the 7 pure lights of the spirit world? Why haven't I heard of it before? It seems like it's from the good faction? I wonder if it can help me. In short, the fool might not be that dangerous. Besides, there's Lord Nibs protecting me. Perhaps I can really take this opportunity to get rid of the psychological cue. Emlyn consoled himself with some fear and anticipation. Monday morning, Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Klein squatted in front of the toilet, holding a brush and seriously cleaning the dirt inside. According to the plan, after completing all the visits on Saturday and Sunday, he decided to rest for a day. He would report the final results to Prince Edisac the next day and hand over the mission. But during what should have been a relaxing period, he discovered that the house was already overly messy and dirty. Upon seeing this situation, Klein recalled something. The cleaning of his house was done by hiring the landlady's maid from next door twice a week. As the Sammers headed to Desi Bey's Seville city for a vacation, one of the maids followed them, and the other returned to the countryside after receiving her year-end reward. 15, Minsk Street, where he lived, hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Klein had originally planned to endure it for 2 days since he was about to leave Bakeland anyway. But when he was free, he didn't dare to sneak off to the Queleg Club for entertainment, afraid that he would anger Prince Edisac. He could only stay at home, so he changed into old clothes and began cleaning up before the new year. Scrubbing the toilet, washing the bathtub, wiping the windows, mopping the floor, wiping the utensils, washing the clothes, Klein busied himself from 8 to 11 before he barely completed the scheduled cleaning. Of course, he was just doing it casually and wasn't that meticulous. Sometimes, renting a house that's too big isn't a good thing. Klein washed his hands and wiped his face with a towel. Walking out of the bathroom, he looked at the clean and tidy living room and dining room. Looking at the sunlight that penetrated the clouds and shone on the transparent glass windows, he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He felt his mood lighten as a result. I'll reward myself at noon and go out to find a good restaurant, Klein returned to the second floor and changed his clothes. Just as he was flipping through the newspapers and waiting for the wonderful lunchtime to arrive, the doorbell suddenly jingled. It's almost the new year, and there's still someone entrusting me with a mission? As Klein got up and walked to the door, he made up his mind to reject the other party. Although he only had £34 left in cash, in order to escape the royal family's strife, he had to go on a vacation in the south as soon as possible. He couldn't take on any more missions. To his surprise, the visitor wasn't a stranger, but Prince Edisac's old butler. The old butler was wearing a well-tailored tailcoat. He bowed without being arrogant or losing his status. "Detective Moriarty, His Highness is waiting for you in a carriage at the end of the street. He wishes to know the progress of the investigation." "That impatient? That's good, it saves me the trouble of going to Red Rose Manor tomorrow." Klein quickly reorganized the speech he had thought of last night and calmly replied, "All right." Just as he was about to take down his hat from the coat rack, he suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. It was the kind of pain that came from squatting on the toilet. After enduring it and realizing that he couldn't hold it in any longer, he apologized to the old butler and said, "I'm very sorry. I'll be heading to the bathroom first. My stomach doesn't feel too good." The old butler didn't show any abnormal expression. "That's your freedom." After getting rid of the leftovers in his stomach in a rather carefree manner, Klein washed his hands and returned to the hall. At this moment, he realized that the old butler was no longer there. Waiting outside was the maid with naturally curly brown hair. "His Highness wants me to apologize to you. He still has matters to attend to and can't wait for too long. Please make a trip to Red Rose Manor tomorrow or the afternoon after that," the maid said with a meticulous bow. "It hasn't even been 10 minutes. I've already done it as fast as I can. Usually, I can squat a little longer with the newspapers." Klein smiled. "No problem." After receiving a response, the maid, who had completed her mission, immediately unburdened herself and chuckled. "Detective Moriarty, you've missed that lady again." Klein was slightly confused. The maid lowered her voice and said, "That lady came with His Highness this time. That young lady came with His Royal Highness this time. She was the one who suggested making a detour to visit you. In the end, I missed it because of a stomachache? Something's not right." Klein frowned slightly. In a room covered with a thick, soft carpet, the quill that was being held stopped writing. There were lines of words and traces of scribbling on the notebook that was spread out below it. Scribbling. The target tried to escape control, but unfortunately, Detective Sherlock Moriarty had already left before she came downstairs. The target affected the surrounding maids, but Prince Edisac's butler, Finkel, accidentally discovered the problem and dealt with it. Scribbling. The target once again went off track and attended Talam's funeral in place of Prince Edisac. However, she quickly returned to her normal state and realized that she couldn't identify Sherlock Moriarty. She could only pitifully miss it. Sherlock Moriarty headed to Red Rose Manor to investigate, but the timing wasn't right. The target happened to go to the golf course to ride horses. Scribbling. The target once again defeated the arrangements and instigated Prince Edisac to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Unfortunately, Sherlock Moriarty happened to have a stomachache and stayed in the bathroom for 7 minutes and 45 seconds, but the prince couldn't wait. The middle-aged man with sculpted facial features, but one of his eyes was blind. He put down his quill and looked at the woman beside him. "What exactly did you put on her? Breaking through the restrictions again and again will cause a huge problem." The woman chuckled and said, "It was just an accident. Don't worry too much. There won't be any problems." As she spoke, she pulled up her hair, revealing her fair and slender neck. Then, she slowly smeared all sorts of things on her face, making her look even more beautiful. Watching her put on her clothes and accessories, the middle-aged man with dark gold hair frowned slightly and said, "What are you talking about? Where are you going?" The woman didn't answer directly and said with a smile, "Be careful of the quill in your hand. Be careful of the quill in your hand. Last time, you almost swapped bodies with someone." "I don't need you to remind me," the middle-aged man with dark blue eyes said with a straight face. The woman tightened her belt, making herself even thinner. Then, she stretched slightly and covered her mouth to yawn. "I'm going to visit Mr. A of the Aurora Order. I hope he's as crazy as the rumors say." Chapter 463. Above the gray fog, an ancient temple-like building stood silently. Klein, who had sensed something amiss due to a series of coincidences, entered this mysterious space after lunch in an attempt to confirm a theory he had. He picked up the fountain pen that he conjured, paused for 2 seconds and wrote, "I've been embroiled in a series of coincidences created by sealed artifact 0-08. Putting down the dark red fountain pen, Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and began his divination. In the end, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum that was just inches away from him. The topaz pendulum was motionless and didn't spin. This meant that the divination had failed. Perhaps it's because the conditions aren't sufficient to make the divination impossible, or it could be that 0-08 has resisted. Both situations will produce similar results." Klein switched to different statements and pointed to different targets, but all the divination failed. He tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers, hesitating over whether he should go to Red Rose Manor the day after tomorrow. If there really isn't 0-08 or a similar power to arrange these things, then my sudden escape will definitely arouse Prince Edisac's suspicion. No, my escape might not succeed. Prince Edisac's men live next door. Of course, it's still very simple for me to find an opportunity to escape when I'm out as a faceless, but is there a need to go to this extent? I'll just pay a visit to Prince Edisac tomorrow afternoon and hand in the mission normally. That way, I'll be able to leave Bakeland without attracting attention. And as a prince, he probably won't force an unaffiliated beyonder like me to complete something that's too difficult. If there's really a sealed artifact or demigod like 0-08 that's influencing the recent events, then from what I've encountered, I should only be a supporting character who has mistakenly entered the stage and hasn't received enough attention. Under such circumstances, escaping is equivalent to telling the other party that I've sensed your existence. There's a huge problem with me. This way, relying on the powers of a faceless might not be able to escape the gaze that has locked onto me. The best way is to calmly go to Red Rose Manor and use the most normal procedure to exit the stage. I'll make a dignified curtain call and fade away from the gaze of an unknown source. After combining the two factors, Klein finally decided to pretend that he hadn't discovered anything, hand in the mission according to his plan, and leave Bakeland. The campsite was burning with flames, and there were always people on duty. Derek Berg leaned against a stone pillar and slept to recover his strength. At this moment, he dreamt of a boundless grayish-white fog. He dreamt of an ancient chair at the highest point in the center, as well as an indifferent figure sitting on the chair, overlooking everything. "Mr. Fool!" Derek shouted the name inwardly. Then, he heard the voice of the fool. "Get ready for the party." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek answered silently counting his heartbeats. His eyes never opened, as if everything that had just happened was just a prelude to a dream. "There's still a long time before we set off. It's enough for me to participate in the tarot gathering," he thought, feeling rather fortunate. He originally thought that he would be absent from this gathering since he had joined the exploration team. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derek waited for a while before he felt that he had entered the quiet and peaceful temple. As soon as he opened his eyes, scenes after scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force had instantly poured all the lost memories back into his head. Those scenes were collapsed city walls, buildings that intertwined white and blue, the temple of the fallen creator, which was similar in style to the city of silver, murals that detailed the scene of the apocalypse and how the fallen creator resisted the 6 evil gods and protected the remaining humans, the beautiful and dangerous mushroom, and the abnormally strange, light-blonde boy, Jack, who came from an unknown place. This scene repeated over and over again for a total of 5 times, but each time there were some differences in the details. The first time, outside the temple of the fallen creator, all the animal hide lanterns were extinguished, nearly causing a tragedy. The second time, someone couldn't control himself and nearly swallowed the mushroom. Thankfully, Chief Collins stopped him in time. The third time, the little boy, Jackdo, recounted a story. It was that he and his father were searching for the Creator's holy residence in the boundless ocean, but they ended up encountering a huge storm. The fourth time, Joshua was severely injured by the little boy, Jack, who had mutated without any warning. The fifth time, the temple completely collapsed, blocking the exit to the underground area. And every time, it ended with Demon Hunter Colin killing the little boy, Jack. It began with them resting in the camp and preparing to enter the ruined city. The cycle repeated from beginning to end. We've already explored the temple 5 times. We've been living in this experience, and there's no way to truly end it. The more Derek understood his sudden additional memories, the more horrified he felt, and the more his hair stood on end. Sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, Audrey originally wanted to greet Mr. Fool and the others happily and briskly as usual, but when she swept her gaze, she immediately noticed that little Sun's mood wasn't right. She immediately asked, "Mr. Sun, what happened? The exploration of the true, fallen creator's temple didn't go smoothly?" Derek seemed to have grasped hope as he hurriedly described what had happened. "Finally," he said, "after that little boy was eliminated by His Excellency, all of us closed our eyes and woke up in the camp outside the city. We were prepared to begin a new exploration, and we no longer had any memories of the past." This process was repeated 5 times, with only slight differences in the details. "If it wasn't for Mr. Fool's reminder, I wouldn't even know that I've been living a repetitive life all this while." He naturally believed that the additional memories he had after coming above the gray fog stemmed from Mr. Fool's reminder. Hence, he stood up and solemnly bowed to the blurry figure sitting at the end of the long bronze table. "I had to listen to your description before I understood what had happened." The Fool Klein was still in a daze from the beginning until now. He maintained his original posture and nodded slightly in response. Without understanding the cause of the problem, a superior can't easily express his stance or speak rashly. Klein secretly reviewed the knowledge he had gained from being a keyboard warrior in his previous life. Seeing that Mr. Fool was like a deep, unperturbed well, Sun felt a lot more at ease. He felt that the matter would eventually be resolved. He turned to look at the hanged man, the world, justice, and the magician, and asked sincerely, "What's wrong with you?" He sincerely asked, "Do you know the root of the problem? How should it be resolved?" The enthusiastic Audrey instinctively wanted to answer, but she realized that she had no clue. She couldn't even make a guess. Magician's Furs was in a similar state as her. Klein had a wealth of knowledge that originated from Earth. He had read many novels that were stuck on the same day. He originally wanted to control the world to give him an idea to give everyone inspiration, but after careful thought, he chose to keep a low profile and decided to observe first. After listening to the Sun's description, Alger fell silent for a while. At that moment, he deliberated and said, "That's right." At that moment, he deliberated and said, "I can only think of 2 possibilities. First, you encountered a nightmare or hallucinatory ability that exceeds the level of a demigod. After you regain your memories with Mr. Fool's help, you should be able to immediately sense that something is amiss the moment you return to the real world. That way, the problem can be easily resolved. Second, you were forced or initiated to enter a special space or state at a particular node. There, time maintains a certain degree of flow, but it is also fixed within a certain range. The cycle repeats and continues in a balanced manner, which is also a relative stillness. Under such circumstances, there aren't many ways to end the cycle. Either an external force forcefully breaks the balance, or you find the key point that distorts time. An external force to break that balance? Upon hearing this, Audrey, Magician's Furs, and Son subconsciously glanced at the calm Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table. No, I can't always seek help from Mr. Fool. He didn't directly ask for my help. It's likely because he wants to test my ability to handle such matters. Derek came to a realization as he thought for a moment. Mr. the Hanging Man, let's assume that it's the latter. What do you think is the key to connecting the time distortion? Without waiting for the Hanging Man to answer, Audrey guessed with interest. That little boy Jack? When facing him, can't we just kill him? The Hanging Man, Alger nodded. That's possible. He deliberated for a moment and said hesitantly, the son's description of Jack and his father reminded me of something. He turned to look at Miss Justice. Didn't I mention that I once pursued a listener from the Aurora Order at sea? His goal at sea was to find the true Creator's holy residence. Audrey carefully recalled and said with uncertainty, that seems to be the case. That seems to be the case. The Hanging Man Alger immediately said in a deep voice, that listener also brought his child with him. That listener also brought his child with him. His age is very close to the Jack described by the Son. Are you saying that Jack came to the vicinity of the City of Silver from your world? Son asked in surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. This was because this meant that the area where the City of Silver was located hadn't been completely sealed off. There was still a chance to connect to the normal world where the Hanging Man and Justice were. I can only say that it's a possibility. The Hanging Man couldn't give a definite answer. He thought for a moment and suggested, you can find an opportunity to mention the Sonia Sea in front of Jack. The Ruan Kingdom and the port city might have a different reaction. Of course, try to avoid your City of Silver's chief. Also, the key point might not be little boy Jack. We still have to consider other possibilities. Tell us the specific situation, such as the details of the mural. Maybe we can find something useful. Chapter 464. Compared to the past, Son was clearly much smarter. He didn't clumsily rely on words to describe things. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured scenes that he could recall, showing the exploration process and what he believed to be the key points in a discontinuous manner to the Hanging Man, Justice, Magicians, and the world. Then, he supplemented it with explanations. The city walls that had collapsed in the darkness, the streets that passed through the destroyed buildings, the dust covered white and blue under the illumination of the animal hide lanterns, the ancient temple propped up by stone pillars, the statue hanging upside down on a pitch-black cross, the series of murals that depicted the fallen creator bearing the blame for humanity, the abnormally beautiful mushrooms, the statue's eyes that were strangely open on the altar, as well as the yellow-haired boy Jack, who was hiding behind it, and other scenes took form. They were reflected in the eyes of the members of the tarot in the most direct and realistic manner. The gloomy style, the atmosphere of danger at every step, and the development that was filled with strange things made Audrey excited. She felt a strong sense of interest. This is the situation around the City of Silver. It's more attractive than all the novels I've read. This is the charm of the mixture of mystery, the unknown, and horror. Of course, to the humans who live there, it's not a beautiful sight. Audrey's thoughts wandered, wishing that she could immediately become a demigod and head to the region ruled by darkness and storms to adventure. The fool Klein felt a little wistful as he watched. He sighed because it wasn't easy for the City of Silver to be able to last until today in such an environment. He sighed because little Son wasn't sharp enough and didn't know much. Otherwise, he could have presented everything he had experienced in the form of a documentary or movie. It was absolutely exciting and attractive. However, this way the narration will take longer. My spirituality can't sustain everyone watching a movie here. Besides, the longer we stay above the gray fog, the higher the chances of something bad happening in the outside world. Klein suddenly felt a little relieved. The Hanging Man Alger finished reading it quietly and thought about it carefully. He got Sun to present the few key points he had picked out on the long bronze table again. Among them was the mural of the fallen creator fighting against the 6 evil gods. Which evil god are they? Alger looked at the octopus-headed monster with lightning wrapped around its body, black waves under its feet, a bird feather cloak on its back, and a trident in its hand. Sun shook his head honestly. I don't know. I thought you guys would know each other. Justice Audrey and Magician's Furs cast their gazes over at the same time. They carefully observed it a few times, but they still couldn't guess who it was. They originally believed that these were 6 of the 8 ancient gods in the legends of the City of Silver, but they couldn't find a suitable match. After all, there were dragons, elves, giants, phoenixes, and annihilation demonic wolves among the ancient gods, but there was only one giant in the mural. The fool took a serious look, and his pupils nearly constricted. He hadn't seen the mural clearly the first time because of his posture, but now, he finally realized that something was wrong. This is very similar to the statues of the 6 gods I saw in the underground ruins of the Tudor family. However, one is a normal version, while the other is a corrupted and depraved version. It's really a little hard to look straight at, especially Earth Mother, the Lord of Storms, and the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Not only have they been vilified as evil gods, but they're closer to ugly monsters. Klein didn't feel enlightened after finding the truth. He had expected the true creator to vilify the 6 gods and distort their image. However, I can't completely ignore the possibility of what this mural shows. Just like how I always believed that the Orthodox gods didn't have human forms, only symbols. However, the statues in the underground ruins of the Tudor family have made me less certain. From the looks of it, the establishment of a deity's image goes through a long period of evolution, and there are many secrets hidden within. Seeing that Miss Justice was focused on examining the mural and wasn't paying attention to Mr. Fool's attitude, Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As this involved whether little Sun could escape the strange predicament of repeating a short part of his life, he decided to tell her what he knew. Of course, a lengthy introduction and presentation of the images of the 6 deities in the underground ruins didn't match the fool's identity. He planned on controlling the world to complete this matter. And this was also in line with his constant efforts to equate the world with Sherlock Moriarty. The fool should say Evernight, Sun, Storm, Wisdom, Earth, Giant in a profound and unfathomable manner. Then, he wouldn't give any explanation or give any additional descriptions. Klein let his imagination run wild for 2 seconds before making the world hoarsely speak. I've seen similar statues before. After attracting everyone's attention, he paused and added, during an adventure exploring the ruins of the 4th epoch. Audrey was very interested in this, but she maintained a basic level of restraint on the surface. Mr. World, what kind of statue is that? Can you show it to us? Of course, if you're unwilling or if you need payment, we can discuss it again. There's no need, because this can also resolve some of my doubts, the World said with a sinister smile. He pretended to make a request to Mr. Fool, and after obtaining his permission, he conjured the statues of the 6 deities and their corresponding sacred emblems. Resting on the full moon, the lady in the layered dress looked hazy, but she exuded an abnormally beautiful feeling. Her black dress also had specks of starlight like the night sky. Together with the iconic dark sacred emblem, Audrey immediately recognized it as the Evernight goddess she believed in. And this statue looked 70 to 80% similar to the evil god in the upper left corner of the mural. However, its face was closer to a human's, and there weren't any strange eyes hidden in the surroundings. Blasphemy! This is blasphemy against the goddess. Audrey suddenly felt a little angry, but she quickly calmed down. As the most famous evil god, it's expected that the true creator would allow his believers to vilify the goddess. But why would there be a humanoid statue of the goddess in the underground ruins? Isn't it said that Orthodox gods only have symbols? Audrey frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The hanging man Alger was somewhat enlightened as he said with a sigh, "So the mural is a distorted image of the 6 deities. They really once had a human form. This might be the reason why the few churches have always wanted to find the forsaken land of the gods. And the forsaken land of the gods is probably deep in the Sonia Sea. Yes, it definitely doesn't exist in a normal state. Otherwise, it's impossible for the deities not to discover it," Alger silently added. Sun was first taken aback before he came to a realization. "Mr. the Hanging Man, are these the deities like the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms that you mentioned?" "Yes," the Hanging Man gave an affirmative response. "What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does it have to do with the land we live in being abandoned by the Lord?" Sun asked subconsciously. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Magician's Furs raised her hand in puzzlement. Why isn't there a god of steam and machinery? This was the deity she believed in. In the northern and southern continents, there had always been 7 deities. Rumor has it that the god of steam and machinery, who was originally the god of craftsmanship, was only born in the 4th epoch. From the looks of it, it's true. Furthermore, the node of his birth seems to be in the middle or late 4th epoch, not the early or middle stages. The Hanging Man said, half explaining and half guessing. He had an unconcealable passion for such topics. Is that so? Furs felt a baffling sense of guilt. This was because she had never seriously read the Holy Bible of steam and machinery. Her faith seemed to be just a habit. Derek didn't harp on the matter and instead asked, "What's the matter?" He asked, "Is this mural the key point?" "Perhaps. You can try to break it, but don't let the chief suspect." The Hanging Man originally wanted to say that he shouldn't attempt to recite the honorific name of one of the 6 deities. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would directly descend into the forsaken land of the gods, but after careful consideration, he realized that Little Sun didn't know the corresponding honorific name. "All right, thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. You are always so kind and passionate. Also, Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, Mr. World, all of you are equally kind." Derek sincerely thanked them. Kind? Passionate? The Hanging Man was momentarily at a loss for a response. This was the first time someone had used such a term to describe him. Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Klein suddenly recalled something. In the exploration of the true Creator's half-abandoned temple, the City of Silver had discovered the name Rose Redemption, but this time they didn't seem to pay attention to it. "I can't ignore it." According to the evil spirit in the underground ruins, this extremely secretive organization led by a fallen angel isn't much inferior to the Twilight Hermit Order. The time cycle might be their setup. With this in mind, the fool, who was sitting on the high-back chair, leisurely adjusted his sitting posture and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers. Audrey immediately turned her head and looked at Mr. Fool in excitement. She was waiting excitedly. She was waiting excitedly for a hint. The Hanging Man, Sun, Magicians, and World also cast their expectant gazes at Mr. Fool. In the thick fog, the Fool Klein chuckled. "Rose Redemption. Rose Redemption? What is this? The key to escaping this predicament? Yes, there's this name in the corner of a mural above the temple." Sun, Derek seemed to understand something. The Hanging Man Alger, Audrey, and Magician's Furs also recalled and valued the name Rose Redemption, but they were unable to fully understand the true meaning that Mr. Fool was trying to express. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what does Rose Redemption represent?" Audrey raised her hand and took the initiative to ask. This time, Klein didn't answer. All he did was laugh. His thoughts were very simple. The organization Rose Redemption had a close relationship with the true Creator. No matter what happened in the temple, it could point to them in some way. As for whether this name was the so-called key, Klein wasn't sure, nor was he worried. After all, the right to explain was in his hands. Chapter 465. Seeing Mr. Fool chuckle without a word, Audrey and company had no choice but to retract their gazes and stop asking questions. They didn't find anything wrong with the situation of only giving hints and no explanation. Existences at the level of deities often had such habit. Sometimes they didn't even give hints, but revelations. In the eyes of an important figure like Mr. Fool, just a name is enough. We can't understand it because we're not at a high enough level. We need to put more effort into figuring it out and making attempts. Audrey increasingly looked forward to the situation after she became a psychiatrist. I remember that there were words similar to Rose Redemption in that half-abandoned temple. The hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Sunday. Derek nodded without hesitation. Yes, in the corner of a mural it was written in Jotun. We took a certain amount of time to crack it. Words derived from Jotun. The hanging man Alger hadn't paid attention to this detail the last time, but he couldn't help but make some connections at this moment. That young boy, Jack, is suspected to have crossed the Sonia Sea. Words derived from Jotun. Alger deliberated and made a request, conjuring a line of words. Those words belonged to ancient Fasak, which was the source of all the languages in the northern continent. It meant, Rose Redemption. Sun took a careful look and was immediately stunned. It's very close, but the treatment of the endings is different. Mr. the Hanging Man, is this a language from where you came from? As he spoke, Derek reproduced the words on the mural. Yes. Alger gave an affirmative answer. This language itself has evolved. The one you discovered should belong to an earlier type. In the linguistic world, this type of ancient Fasak is widely believed to be a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. Historian Klein gave the most correct answer inwardly. Alger paused for a moment before saying, "That's right. What about the corresponding mural's content?" "I wasn't in charge of that area, and I didn't take a closer look before I set off." Sun instantly felt a little ashamed. Alger nodded without changing his expression. "Find a chance to figure it out. Maybe there's a key point hidden here." "All right." Derek felt that things weren't as bad as they seemed. Seeing that he had relaxed a lot, Audrey asked curiously and puzzledly, "What's going on?" "Mr. the Hanging Man, if that boy named Jack is really the child of the listener you described, why is he able to communicate with Sun and the others?" After the matter of the corresponding words for Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the language used by the City of Silver and the Ruan language was different from the common languages of all the countries in the northern and southern continents. And above the gray fog, everyone can communicate very smoothly without any gap. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's mighty powers. Audrey praised inwardly. The hanging man Alger glanced at her and chuckled. "Miss Justice, you haven't experienced many Beyonder events, right? Jack has already become such a terrifying monster. What else can't be changed? Believe me, sometimes it's very easy to acquire language. It's just a matter of a second or two." Audrey blinked, feeling that she had once again exposed her lack of experience and knowledge in the field of mystery. After this matter came to an end, the tarot gathering proceeded according to the usual procedures. Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table. "Mr. Fool, there are 3 more Roselle diary pages this time. I still owe 7. Upon hearing this, Magician's Furs hurriedly added, "Mr. Fool, I've also received a reply. There will be a new Roselle diary next time." "Very good," Klein responded with a chuckle. By the side, Sun suddenly felt ashamed. As he had joined the expedition team, he hadn't had the time to go to the library last week to read through the information and memorize the details of history. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 pages of the diary and began to read with anticipation. August 8. I received my first invitation to enter the White Maple Palace to participate in His Majesty's ball. These nobles are so king extravagant. They pursue novelty with their food. Things like roasted swan, mutton biscuits. I have to say that I was very surprised from the beginning. The nobles of this world, yes, only the nobles, are very fond of cleanliness. They bathe frequently, and toilet paper has long been in its infancy. They're completely different from the medieval nobles on earth. I originally thought that this was the influence of the existence of a true God, but later, someone told me that this was an improvement that had to be made due to a certain threat. A beyonder of a certain sequence could use their dirty habits to spread the plague, but it was unknown which pathway or sequence it belonged to. Back then, my first thought was that there was something wrong with these nobles' brains, right? Since they're afraid of the plague, why don't they clean up the streets that are filled with sewage? Why don't they build a complete sewer system? Why do they remodel the slums? In the same city, if there's a plague there, how can this place be fine? With water, food, and people being isolated or flowing in a one-way fashion, it might really be fine. However, there are plagues that can be spread through the air. When I'm in a high position, I'll definitely promote the construction of the city and clean up the environment. Even if I don't consider the plague, living in such a smelly city is still disgusting. By the way, I was summoned by His Majesty tonight. I thought that coming from Earth, having received equal education, I would be neither servile nor overbearing, calm and composed. But in fact, I was still very nervous and excited. I subconsciously bent my back and lowered my head. Of course, I know that I'm equal to the king in terms of personality. This is the charm of power. Although the entire page is filled with daily life, the emperor still managed to make me laugh. He's also a person with aspirations. Come to think of it, even if he's born in modern society, he'll still be afraid and fawn over people of high positions who can affect his fate. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he felt a lot more relaxed. He flipped to the second page and continued reading. 10th November. About to advance to sequence 4, about to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, my life's natural order will undergo a qualitative change. I'll no longer be a short-lived species. Of course, different pathways have different sequences. I faced two choices. One was the savant pathway's alchemist, and the other was the mystery prior pathway's mysticologist. In the end, I didn't change my path because the hidden sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I've always suspected that he isn't a true deity. His level might be slightly lower. After becoming an alchemist, I'll be able to inject a soul into the items I create, giving them a certain amount of life. This is the feeling of being a creator. It'll definitely be very, very good. This is also the reason why I continue choosing this Beyonder pathway. After obtaining this sequence's Beyonder characteristic, I should be able to complete more ideas. One day, this world will have the phrase, "It's not that we aren't working hard, but there's a Gundam." That will be a Gundam in the truest sense of the word. The only problem is that the corresponding ritual of alchemist will extract all the life force in a certain area. The soil will turn into sand and the lakes will dry up. Why is this no different from a cult's sacrificial ritual? I've always felt that the potion sequence system has too many dark and crazy aspects. Occasionally, it's so evil that it leaves one in despair. The Emperor has similar feelings as well. Upon seeing this, Klein couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes he also felt that the background colors of this world were grayish-black and crazy. The law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility and conservation, the convergence effect of the same pathway, and the interchangeability of similar sequences would all bring about a cruel evolution. The alchemist sequence is very interesting. Life alchemy sounds like a taboo that's very close to the domain of deities. I wonder if the Emperor created a Gundam before he was assassinated. Probably not. Klein's thoughts were momentarily scattered. He was rather curious about the ritual to become a high-sequence Beyonder and a demigod. Unfortunately, Roselle didn't write too much. After all, this was a diary, not a notebook. The Mystery Prior's sequence for Mysticologist sounds pretty good. Klein flipped over the second diary page and revealed the third page to him. April 23rd. These nobles are really messed up. I thought that Lady Karen had seduced me because she saw my inner qualities. Who knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping from next door? He was even very excited. He even King wanted to K me. I'm very sorry. I really couldn't accept it. All I could do was kick him out of the room. Compared to their family, I'm just a pure child. Klein was momentarily speechless. He felt that Roselle the Great's private life was just too interesting. Furthermore, many nobles with Intis were truly odd. If some noble were to seek novelty and find a curly-haired baboon, a certain disease might be born. Klein sked as he sighed and moved his gaze down. April 25th. I'll meditate and go fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day I'll be able to catch a mermaid from the sea. Sigh, I've been a little depraved recently. I have to perk up and invent more things. I can't leave a blank. Since I've transmigrated, I'll leave my mark on this era. Emperor, it's better if you continue to degenerate. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't wish to comment. Then, he calmly looked at the last diary entry on the last page. April 26. Zeratul came to visit. I deliberately found an opportunity to ask, "What is a miracle?" He asked me, "What do you think?" What do I think? There's only one kind of miracle in my heart, and that's the wonder of civilization. For example, the great Twilight Hall of the Fasak Empire, the former residence of giant King Ormer. Zeratul finally gave a direct answer. He said, "What is a miracle?" Chapter 466. Resurrection from the dead is a miracle? Klein suddenly thought of what had happened to him. The head wound of a person who committed suicide miraculously recovered. A beyonder who had his heart shattered crawled out of his grave in the middle of the night. Isn't that resurrection? Isn't this the miracle mentioned by the leader of the secret order, Zeratul? And the sequence 2 potion of the seer pathway is called Miracle Invoker. At that instant, Klein vaguely felt that he had grasped something crucial, but he was unable to piece together the scattered clues into the truth he wanted. Just as I guessed, there are other factors at play when I chose Seer as the starting sequence. My greatest reliance, the mysterious space above the gray fog, happens to eliminate any interference, giving a Seer the most coveted environment. My characteristic of resurrection also seems to originate from the gray fog. When I came to Bakeland, the matter that Nimblewright Master Rosago was involved in was naturally attracted to my side. It's in line with the convergence of beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. The greater the quality, the stronger the suction and the intermittent effects. The Antigonus family's notebook suddenly changed in style, using the misfortune cloth puppet to transmit key information about the hidden treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to me. Perhaps it's because of this factor combined with the other scattered phenomena. Does it mean that this mysterious space has a very close relationship with the Seer Beyonder pathway, and it corresponds to a Grade 0 sealed artifact left behind by a sequence? Or could it be a divine kingdom left behind by a sequence 0 of that pathway? There's another possibility. The so-called uniqueness of the Seer pathway. Klein moved his gaze away from Roselle's diary, looking forward to advancing to a high-sequence beyonder. He wanted to make the staircase of light deep in the gray fog complete, and what he would discover in that concealed area. Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the path home can be found there. He suppressed his excitement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his hands. At the same time, he became more wary of the leader of the secret order, Zeratul. This was a powerful existence of the Seer pathway that had become a miracle invoker many years ago. At times, there might be a shadow of him hidden behind certain matters. Thoughts boiled in his mind, but Klein acted as though nothing had happened. "You guys can start the transaction." Furs immediately turned to look at Miss Justice on the same side and said with anticipation, "That's right, Miss Justice. I've received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon's eyes for £1,000. At this point, Furs was a little nervous because Dorian Gray Abraham's bottom line was £800, which was already a lot higher than the usual £500 to £600, and she added a full £200 on top of that. After participating in so many tarot gatherings and various Beyonder circles, I finally understand something. Just as Roselle the Great said, money isn't omnipotent, but without money, nothing can be done. Although the guaranteed payment for my new book has already been received, and I have £350 in my savings, there's still the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, as well as the various expenses of Sequence 7, 6, 5, and even Sequence 4. Mr. Fool has vaguely revealed that I can only completely escape the curse of the full moon when I reach a high sequence Beyonder. Even if part of it can be found by teacher, I can't completely rely on him and the House of Abraham in this aspect. It's not enough to rely on frugality. I have to work hard to earn money. The price of £1,000 is indeed very expensive. If Miss Justice wishes to bargain, I'll tell her later. After my repeated efforts, teacher has agreed to lower the price by £100. While waiting for a response, Furs consoled herself. £1,000? Audrey didn't expect to receive news of the psychiatrist potion ingredients so quickly, so she subconsciously asked in a confirming tone. Without waiting for Furs to answer, she happily added, "All right, deal. All right, deal." Although she still owed Viscount Glaint a sum and was still short of £2,000 from the Fool's Adore, she would officially be declared an adult at the New Year's ball. Not only would she have more control over her finances than before, but she would also receive many valuable gifts. For example, her father, Earl Hall, had promised a few days ago that he would give his beloved daughter shares of Bakelin Bank worth £50,000 and more than £2,000 in cash. Therefore, £1,000 wasn't a figure worth caring about. Back then, Audrey had requested Mr. Fool to extend the payment deadline of £2,000 to February or March. On the one hand, it was to first clear Viscount Glaint's debt and try her best to secretly gather the cash without arousing suspicion. On the other hand, it was to set aside an additional budget for the ingredients for the psychiatrist potion. Now was the time to use the budget. At most, he could save some time like he did in the past few months. After March, there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey wasn't worried at all. Agreed? Agreed. Magician's Furs was both happy and at a loss. After requesting Mr. Fool to witness the transaction and agreeing that Miss Justice would pay first and deliver the Beyonder ingredients on Wednesday, Furs decided to head straight for Pritz Harbor once she received the cash. She didn't want to waste any time in the middle as she looked at the three men, the sun, the hanging man, and the world. "Do you have a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch?" After calming down, she realized that with her experience with the acting method, she was able to digest the Beyonder characteristics much faster than she had expected. 1 week was almost equivalent to 2 weeks in the past. In another 10 days or so, she would be able to completely digest the problem. When she gathered all the ingredients and advanced to Trickmaster, she felt that she would be able to perfectly pass the first test given by her teacher, Dorian. She would receive more attention, and she would no longer be a student who was accepted out of gratitude. Sun nodded. "I was just about to tell you that during this exploration, we obtained some Spirit Eater's stomach pouches. I can exchange for them at a low price after returning to the City of Silver." "Well, the premise is that I'm no longer under surveillance." "All right, but you don't seem to have any use for the gold pounds?" Furs asked directly. After saving Little Sun, she had a basic understanding of the City of Silver. Without waiting for Sun to speak, the hanging man Alger interrupted. "You can give me the corresponding notes or gold coins. You can give me the corresponding banknotes or gold coins. £300. That's a very fair price. And I'll show the solar high priest potion formula to the sun. Mr. the Hanging Man, you have the formula for high priest's son? Derek asked in pleasant surprise. In his previous patrols and recent explorations, he increasingly felt that the powers of the sun pathway were very suitable for dealing with the darkness. Although a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the Giant Pathway could already create the light of dawn, he was still inferior to a light suppliant in the domains of holiness and light. The Hanging Man nodded slightly. Yes. He had previously found the potion formula for High Priest's son in the secret vault of the Diocese of the Rorstad Archipelago, but it wasn't until recently that he found a good opportunity to access it with sufficient justification and sufficient authority. That reason was that someone suspected to be a priest of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had appeared on the Sonia Sea. It seemed like he couldn't return to the Republic of Intis for the time being, and could only search for the corresponding potion ingredients for High Priest of the Sun here. And his hatred for the Eternal Blazing Sun could turn mere rumors into the basis for the actions of the Church of the Storm. Sun was delighted at first before he said with some difficulty, "That's right. The value of the Sequence 7 potion formula exceeds a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds you speak of. You can repay me with ingredients of equivalent value," the Hanging Man tersely acknowledged. "But I'm not sure what I can get from you. First, make a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver and the corresponding ingredient. I'll choose from there." "No problem. I'll do it as soon as this exploration is over." Derek heaved a sigh of relief. By the side, Klein wanted to cover his face when he heard that, but he ultimately didn't control the world to ruin the deal. This was because he also wanted to know the common monsters around the City of Silver and the corresponding materials. As Audrey secretly sighed, the Hanging Man looked around and made his request. "I need a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs. I will pay the corresponding price." Only mentioning the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs. That is to say, Mr. the Hanging Man has clues to the blue shadow falcon's crystallized feathers. He really does have a lot of channels and resources. Audrey, who had seen the wind-blessed potion formula, thought in enlightenment. After the transaction, they freely exchanged information about the area they were in, and the tarot gathering quickly came to an end. During the process, the world asked for clues about mermaids and received an answer similar to Sharon's. When everything was about to end, Klein, who was watching quietly from the sidelines, thought of a problem and felt that he needed to warn Miss Justice and Miss Magicians. A terrifying thing that was suspected to be a Grade 0 sealed artifact had appeared around Prince Edisac, and it might even involve 0-08. This was definitely not a simple matter. And the last time a similar situation happened, Tingen City was threatened by an evil god spawn, and it almost disappeared from the map. Therefore, Bakeland also had such a hidden danger. Klein pondered for a few seconds before getting the world to speak in a hoarse voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've recently received news that something big is brewing in Bakeland. This will bring about an extremely unstable factor, and there may be a tragedy." "What's the matter?" Audrey asked with concern. Unknowingly, her brows were already slightly furrowed. "I don't know." The world shook his head frankly. "Where will the unstable factors and possible tragedies appear?" Magician's Furs asked nervously. From the previous gatherings, she confirmed that Mr. World's sources were trustworthy. The world put on a troubled expression and shook his head. "The information is contradictory, so I can't give a definite answer." At this point, he raised his head and sincerely looked at the figure in the gray fog across the long mottled table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, your adorer in Bakeland should have sensed something, right?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the end of the long bronze table. Some were curious, some were worried, some were expectant, and some were tense. Under such a gaze, the fool Klein leaned back slightly and said calmly and casually, "That's right." Chapter 467. Prince Edisac Augustus? Could he be related to something dangerous that could lead to a tragedy? Furthermore, This matter seems to have garnered the attention of Mr. Fool. Audrey instantly matched the name to the person and felt extremely worried and puzzled. From what she knew, anything that could garner the attention of Mr. Fool was either very dangerous, extremely secretive, or far-reaching. It was definitely not simple. For example, the true creator's attempt to descend upon Bakeland with the help of Lenivus and the terrible situation in the East Boroughs factory district, Roselle the Great's Dark Emperor card, the death of the Duke of Negan, and the Twilight Hermit Order. Based on these examples, Audrey had every reason to believe that if it wasn't handled well, or if she didn't pay enough attention to it, a major event that involved Prince Edisac would inevitably bring about a very, very, very terrifying storm. Prince Edisac hasn't pestered me for a long time. I only felt lucky and didn't think too much about it. Now, it seems like there's a problem. At the ball earlier, he even warmly stopped me to chat about some boring topics and played with self-righteous clumsy humor. Just 2 or 3 days later, he became rather cold and even deliberately avoided me. I have to find an opportunity to ask Father about him, but I can't appear too curious. Otherwise, he might very well agree to the royal family's marriage request. Audrey recalled some of the details and suddenly felt her shoulders become heavy. She had never liked Prince Edisac, including his 2 brothers. She had never thought of becoming a princess consort. As for the reason, it was very simple. The believers of the Evernight goddess couldn't accept Augustus, who had believed in the Lord of Storms for generations. That meant that their arrogance, contempt, and extremism towards women had already penetrated deep into their bones. It was very difficult to change, and this was something that Audrey couldn't tolerate the most. At the thought of being in an ancient, strict, and extremely conservative environment after becoming a princess consort, Audrey felt that she would definitely go crazy and flee at all costs. Therefore, she wasn't touched at all when the princes tried to curry favor with her. She was even very repulsed. Edisac Augustus. From his surname, he's a member of the royal family. I vaguely remember that he's a prince. What dangerous thing was he going to do? I can't come into contact with him at all. Right, I can seek help from Miss Audrey and Viscount Glaint, but I have to think of a reason ahead of time. I can't let them suspect me. Magician's Furs frowned slightly as she interpreted Mr. Fool's words. The hanging man Alger was rather interested in this, but he didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool, who was obviously only giving hints. All he could do was ponder for 2 seconds and say to Justice, Magicians, and World, the atmosphere above the sea is not calm either. Perhaps it has a connection with Bakeland, just like those machines. His words were completely groundless, and were purely an attempt to exaggerate the degree of danger so that the 3 tarot members in Bakeland would actively investigate. I have to say, Mr. the Hanging Man is really cooperating well. Klein, who was watching from the side, immediately gave up on the idea of getting World to say something similar. The reason why he only mentioned Prince Edisac, the lady with the sapphire ring who was suspected to have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and 0-08 and Ince Zangwill, who might be involved in this matter, was because he didn't know the situation of the top sealed artifacts that could even destroy a country. He could only make guesses that he wasn't completely certain of based on some minute clues. He was afraid that if he directly told Justice and Miss Magicians the key point, they would be discovered by the target the moment they started their targeted investigations. This was also the reason why Klein didn't find an opportunity to inform the machinery hive mind of his encounter. Based on his speculations about sealed artifact 0-08, he suspected that if he were to leave Minsk Street with such thoughts in mind, he would encounter a sudden and absolutely irresistible attack when he arrived at the Lever Cathedral or the Steam Cathedral by carriage. For example, a sealed artifact riot in the underground area, or a fatal blow from a high-sequence beyonder. Only the gray fog's shielding allowed Klein to not have to worry about such problems. He could inform Justice and Miss Magicians of this matter to a certain extent, and through them, he could warn them in a gentler, more roundabout manner, and less likely to be discovered in advance. Apart from that, Klein had other plans. It was to let the supporting cast of the supporting cast fade away from the stage. After leaving Bakeland, he would change his appearance without anyone noticing and quietly return. He would then contact the machinery hive mind outside the line of sight of the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Let's hope it succeeds. Let's hope that there's a chance to ferret out in Zangwill. Yes, the premise is that he's really involved in this matter. Wait, Mr. Aztec had a conflict with MI9 in the process of pursuing in Zangwill and was secretly wanted. And MI9 has always been considered the military's pro-royal faction. There's a series of coincidences surrounding Prince Edisac. This is similar to the characteristics displayed by sealed artifact 0-08. This seems to indirectly confirm in Zangwill's existence. Klein closed his eyes as the pair of bright leather boots and pale palms flashed through his mind. He leaned back in his chair and curled the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet again next week. Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey stood in front of the full-body mirror, looking at herself in a daze. There was good news and bad news for her at this tarot gathering. The good news was that she was about to obtain one of the main ingredients of the psychiatrist potion. Although she was no longer the ignorant girl who had used £1,000 to buy some basic knowledge from the hanging man and knew the approximate price of many beyonder ingredients, she didn't mind paying a premium for the mirror dragon's eye. After the assassination of Duke of Negan, she had an urgent desire and motivation to raise her sequence and obtain the corresponding combat strength. For this, she didn't want to wait any longer and was willing to pay a certain price. As long as an ingredient appeared, as long as it wasn't too ridiculous, she would immediately accept it to prevent any unexpected interference. This was like a precious piece of jewelry that many noble ladies fancied, or a rare horse with a strange bloodline that men like. The corresponding premium was inevitable. Sometimes, it's not impossible to double or triple the original price. Besides, Furs was busy in the middle, contacting her teacher. I definitely can't let her waste her time and take the risk. She doesn't know that I'm justice either. Audrey thought indifferently. As for the bad news, it was undoubtedly the matter regarding Prince Edisac. This made Audrey feel a rare sense of worry. Thankfully, Mr. World received the news and Mr. Fool gave me a warning. Otherwise, I don't know how bad things would have become. Audrey, with such good conditions, you can definitely solve this problem. All the best. The girl drew a crimson moon in front of the figure in the mirror, trying to make herself optimistic. Then, she restrained her emotions and went out to the piano room, ready to participate in the following piano lessons as if nothing had happened. This was because the Earl Hall couple and Hibbert Hall wouldn't be home until dinner. She didn't have anyone to ask for information from, so she could only tell herself to be calm, composed, and patient. Before the tutor arrived, Audrey casually played a piece of music, using the beautiful melody to cleanse her heart. When she finished playing, she found that the golden retriever, Susie, had opened the door at some point in time and was squatting beside her, still wearing the jewel-like gold-rimmed glasses around her neck. Audrey, what problem did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me that you have something troubling you, Susie suddenly said. Audrey was stunned, unsure of how to answer. She suddenly felt that having a mind-reading dog at home wasn't necessarily a good thing, in the campsite with a burning bonfire. With his eyes closed, Derek Berg quietly recalled what had happened at the tarot gathering, confirming that he hadn't forgotten the memories of repeatedly experiencing the same life. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes in anticipation and looked around. However, what reflected in his eyes were the same flames and teammates as he remembered. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who was sitting cross-legged and leaning against a stone pillar, said in a deep voice, "We'll set off in 50 bolts of lightning." At this moment, Derek was certain that everything he had experienced before wasn't a dream or an illusion. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Klein went down to the first floor and sat in the activity room, feeling the warmth emanating from the fireplace. He rocked quietly in the reclining chair. He didn't read newspapers, magazines, or books. Everything was so peaceful and silent until the doorbell rang. Klein, who was wearing a casual shirt and a cashmere vest, stood up and walked outside. He noticed that the visitor was a little unexpected. He opened the door and chuckled. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Shouldn't you be helping at the Harvest Church at this time?" The person who came was the handsome and somewhat feminine vampire, Emlyn White, with his hair combed back diagonally. Hearing Klein's greeting, the arrogant guy's expression suddenly froze, and it took him a while to recover. "I have something to ask you, Sherlock Moriarty, detective," Emlyn said word by word. After inviting him into the living room, Klein returned to the reclining chair and asked with a smile, "What is it?" "The consultation fee is £1, but the time limit is 1 hour. Emlyn White didn't mind his words and said in thought, "That's right. A big shot wants me to do something. Although that thing can help me solve the hidden danger, it also contains a high risk. I don't have many friends, and I'm afraid that my parents will worry. As for you, you're a knowledgeable Beyonder detective. What suggestions do you have? Reject or accept? Solve the hidden danger? Remove the psychological suggestion?" Klein deliberated and said, "If there's only the word matter, I can't give any suggestions." After a few seconds of silence, Emlyn White gritted his teeth and suppressed his voice. "It's related to the Fool." Chapter 468. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands and leaned forward. "What exactly is it?" "No, I can't say any more." Emlyn White shook his head firmly. Worried that he would be probed, Klein didn't press further. He simply analyzed the situation based on the information the vampire had revealed. Related to the Fool. It can help Emlyn White resolve his latent problems. There's a high risk. Combined with his previous thoughts, this seems to indicate that he plans on holding a corresponding ritual to pray to the Fool, which is me, so as to eliminate the psychological cue and obtain his long-awaited freedom. However, this is no longer Emlyn's own ritual. It comes from the orders of a certain important figure. And with this vampire's pride, those who are willing to address him as important are likely powerhouses of the sanguine race. Why would a sanguine bigwig send a descendant to pray to the Fool? Are they cooperating with the Aurora Order? Klein, who was filled with puzzlement, looked up at the expectant Emlyn and chuckled inwardly. "Do you think I'll respond to your prayers?" He deliberated for 2 seconds and didn't directly make a suggestion. Instead, he said, "According to statistics, 30 out of 100 cases of praying to a secret existence of unknown circumstances will not receive any response. 68 cases will encounter all sorts of terrifying things, ending up losing their lives or living a life worse than death. Only 2 cases will succeed and obtain what they want, but the price they pay might not be what they are willing to pay." As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always believed that when proving something or reinforcing a particular point of view, only mentioning an example or a special case without mentioning the overall sample or statistics was a hooligan act. It was just changing the concept. And typically, such situations were accompanied by similar statements, such as, "I have a friend," "I know a lady," or "someone around me." Therefore, in order to convince Emlyn White, he had carefully fabricated some data. Of course, this wasn't completely groundless. At the very least, the dossiers Klein had seen back when he was a Nighthawk squad stated similar situations. Only 2 cases succeeded? 68 cases had problems? Emlyn was indeed shocked as he couldn't help but raise his hand to tidy his hair. That's basically the case. This is the danger level of what you're about to do. If you have any ill intentions, the risk is even higher than that, Klein replied sincerely. Emlyn subconsciously shook his head. "No, I don't have any ill intentions. Plus that big shot will protect me during the process." "No malice?" Even if you have ill intentions, you might not know that you're just a cannon fodder who's been pushed to the front. Klein raised his right palm and emphasized his tone with a hand gesture. This will reduce the risk by a lot, but it's definitely not zero. Can that big shot really resist the hidden existence? Can't, Emlyn replied, stammering. So? Klein spread his hands. He suddenly smiled and said, even if you completely believe in Earth Mother, it won't affect your life in any way. Look at the citizens of Fainapotter. They eat whatever they like, wear whatever they want, and do whatever they like. When the time comes, Father Utravsky will most likely not force you to volunteer at the Harvest Church. You will regain your original freedom. Besides, I think you've adapted well to the teachings of Mother Earth. There's no contradiction. Emlyn White fell silent for a moment. Because you like it? Becoming a believer based on my beliefs is completely different from being forcefully converted into a believer through a psychological suggestion. Even if one day I do turn my back on the moon and believe in the Mother Goddess, I hope that it is a choice I make freely and has nothing to do with anyone else. This is the last pride of a blood breed. Klein looked at Emlyn in surprise, never expecting him to be so insistent. He thought about it for 2 seconds and didn't try to persuade him again. The question is actually very simple. It's whether the order of a powerful figure and the temptation of getting rid of the hidden danger can give you the courage to face a certain degree of danger. If you have the conviction to sacrifice your life for it, the answer is very simple. In short, you have to weigh the pros and cons of this matter. Emlyn listened with a heavy expression as he instinctively retorted, "That's right. If I really choose to try it, it won't be for myself, but for the entire blood race. Resolving the hidden danger is just a side benefit. For the entire bloodlings? What could I possibly be involved in that would involve the entire vampire race? That big shot must be lying to you, right?" Klein chuckled. "A weak vampire has the chance to save the entire race. Do you believe it?" Blood clan. Besides, my strength isn't bad either. It's equivalent to you humans' sequence 7. Right, it's the kind that's good at combat. As for whether you believe it or not, you won't understand." He stood up and said, "Although your analysis and suggestions are meaningless, I still have to thank you. Well, the consultation fee will be deducted from the suitcase and tin box last time." Klein didn't know what he was talking about. After Emlyn left, he suddenly came to a realization. Under normal circumstances, aren't the containers in large transactions all free items? This stingy vampire. In the darkness where the frequency of lightning had yet to recover, the City of Silver's expedition team punctually arrived at the periphery of the half-abandoned temple. Derek remembered that during their first operation, all the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished here. The entire team had fallen into pure darkness, and he had heard the boy, Jack's hair-raising cry for help coming from the depths of the temple. According to Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others' guesses, this might be the starting point of our cycle. But why did we wake up at the campsite outside the city, and not directly here? As Derek recalled the discussion on the tarot, he raised his arm and prayed according to the corresponding suggestions. His body suddenly emitted a pure and clear light, causing Joshua and the other members of the expedition team to quickly assume a combat stance. "What happened?" Demon Hunter Colin drew his sword and asked in a deep voice. Derek looked left and right in horror. "Your Excellency, I just heard a child shouting, 'Save me, save me!' He wanted to test if this was the key point." "What about now?" Colin asked warily. "There's no more." Derek listened carefully. Demon Hunter Colin swept his gaze at Joshua and the others from the corner of his eyes and asked, "Did you hear it?" "No." The members of the expedition team shook their heads one after another. Colin only thought for a few seconds before making a decision. He took out a dark blue metal bottle from a secret compartment on his belt and smeared the colorless, sticky liquid on his sword. Following that, he stabbed upwards with his sword. The sky suddenly lit up as thin silver snake-like beams of light swam above and quickly spread out in all directions. The silver-white light instantly enveloped all the members of the expedition team, as though it was illuminating everyone's darkest corner. With a sizzling sound, the thin silver snake burrowed into the void and headed off to an unknown location. Everything quickly calmed down, leaving only the dim light of the animal hide lanterns to scatter in silence. Colin half closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. After a full 5 seconds, he raised his finger and said, "From now on, we can't afford to be careless. From now on, we can't afford to be careless. Raise the alert to the highest." What familiar words! This isn't the key to breaking out of this predicament. Derek calmed his mind and followed the team into the half-abandoned temple without slacking off at all. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't look at the fallen creator's face again. Then, in the process of inspecting the ground, he relied on his initiative and enthusiasm to fight for the area where the mural was located. He carried the animal hide lantern and the axe of hurricane as he began to move in a small team with a teammate. After passing through mottled or collapsed walls, he finally arrived at his destination. As the light of the animal hide lantern approached, the mural on the wall gradually became clearer. Derek first looked at the corner and found the line of strange words that had left a deep impression on him. Rose Redemption. He silently recited the name, raised the animal hide lantern, and carefully examined the details of the mural. On the highest point of the mottled wall was a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross. On it hung a shadow that was difficult to make out its exact shape. In such a background, there was a desolate and silent plain. On the plain, there was a long line of people walking. Their goal was the distant mountain, and the cross and the person hanging upside down at the top of the mountain. In this line of people, some members were still kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly, while others had already stood up and walked forward against the strong wind. Their faces were only a simple outline, as if to highlight the tattered clothes. Only the leader at the front was rather clear. It was a thin and tall man with silver hair that reached his vest. The man's facial features were soft. His head was lowered and his eyes were tightly shut. There were layers of light wings on his back. Angel. The legendary Angel. Derek excitedly observed the situation around the leader. Soon, he discovered that there was a winding, shimmering river at the feet of the man who was suspected to be an angel. The river kept turning, circling back, and flowing into him, becoming the source. Cycle. This formed a cycle. Derek suddenly felt that he had grasped a key point. In a cycle of experience, there was actually a circulating river in the mural on the wall. The latter was obviously indicating or revealing something. Derek looked up and saw the silver-haired angel with countless wings. His face was gentle with a hint of indifference, as if he was looking down at the river and fate. Is this the true meaning of Mr. Fool's hint? Derek thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he planned on blaming the boy, Jack, for his abnormality. If he failed, no one would remember what he had done. Under the stunned gaze of his teammates, Derek raised the axe of hurricane and slashed at the river on the mural. Chapter 469. Bang! Enshrouded in silver beams, Derek's axe cleaved at the river on the mural, causing the wall to cave in and stone fragments to fly everywhere. With a single strike, the river that was connected from end to end was completely severed. Just as he was looking forward to the scene of the cycle being broken and all the members of the expedition team jumping out of the temple, Demon Hunter Colin's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. With a sullen expression, he said, "What are you doing?" The demigod's sword tip was still pointing downwards, but his grip on the hilt was clearly tighter than before. Recalling the crystallization of the wisdom of the Tarot Club members, Derek said in a mixture of puzzlement and fear, "That's right." He said in a mixture of puzzlement and fear, "There was a shadow that flashed past here just now. Your Excellency, it's true. It's like a child's figure." Colin Iliad didn't move his gaze away as he asked another team member, Hyam, did you see it? The member of the expedition team, named Hyam, subconsciously moved closer to the chief and shook his head firmly. The exploration team member named Hyam subconsciously moved closer to the chief and firmly shook his head. Colin's light blue eyes immediately emitted a faint light, highlighting two complex, dark green symbols. Colin's light blue eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light rippling out, highlighting two dark green complex symbols. Finally, he retracted his gaze and said without any abnormalities, "This is Derek's light blue eyes. It's very normal for you to hallucinate due to nervousness. From now on, follow me. I believe you will feel calmer this way." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek agreed without any hesitation. "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek agreed without any hesitation. After the previous attempt, he had confirmed that the mural wasn't related to the key point. Mr. Fool's hint of Rose's redemption likely has a deeper meaning. It's not that simple. Derek held the axe of Hurricane and silently walked beside Chief Colin. What happened after wasn't much different from the previous explorations in his memories. Everyone repeated the process and arrived at the final hall with the altar for the 6th time. They discovered the yellow-haired boy, Jack, curled up in the shadows. Upon hearing the words, save me," and seeing the obvious child's figure, Demon Hunter Colin nodded indiscernibly. He retracted most of his attention from Derek Bird. Just as he deliberated over his words and was about to speak, Derek suddenly asked, "How should I save you?" The boy, Jack, revealed an excited expression. Save me, send me home. Take me home." "Where is your house?" Derek asked curiously and fearfully. Seeing this, Colin shut his mouth and clenched his fist. The little boy, Jack, weakly raised his hand. My house is in Enmat Port. Enmat Harbor. Although the hanging man didn't mention it, from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong here. He might very well come from the outside world, from the kingdom of Ruan where Miss Justice and the rest are. Derek was overjoyed, unable to conceal his excitement. His reaction didn't arouse Demon Hunter Colin's suspicions, because this powerful chief of the 6-member council had also never seen the sea. He only knew of this body of water that was many times larger than a lake, as well as the term harbor from some of the books that had been preserved. When the unfamiliar boy said Enmat Harbor, it was as if a new world had unfurled in front of Colin. This made him, who was desperately searching for the future of the City of Silver, instantly forget everything else. "How did you get here?" The boy, Jack, revealed an expression of recollection. "My father and I first took a boat. Then we met up with his companions and continued to take the boat. After a very, very big storm, the rest of us landed on land and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze until we reached this place." Followed the direction of the Lord's gaze? Demon Hunter Colin, Derek, and the others looked at the statue on the altar at the same time, trying to figure out where he was looking. It didn't take long for Colin to confirm the general information. They followed the direction of the statue's gaze and came here. In other words, as long as we reverse this process, we can find the seaside and find the spot where they landed. The opposite direction of the gaze is the map of the City of Silver's surroundings, which was gradually perfected through constant exploration, surfaced in Demon Hunter Colin's mind, allowing him to draw out the unfamiliar boy's journey. If there were no other temples or corresponding statues in the middle, and they continued extending in this manner, then they would pass through the ruins of the Giant King's court. Colin's pupils suddenly constricted. That was the divine palace where the ancient god, Giant King Ormer, once resided. It wasn't far from the City of Silver. The descendants of the Kingdom of Silver, who had been ruled by the giants for a long time, clearly knew where its ruins were, but they were unable to complete their exploration. This was because it was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than pure darkness without any light, and according to Colin's recollection, the unfamiliar boy and company had passed through the ruins of the giant king's court to arrive here. How did they do it? Perhaps they didn't take a straight line and circled around the giant king's court. No matter what, there's a path that leads to the sea behind the giant king's court, and on the other side of the sea, there might be a human kingdom. Could that be the hope of the City of Silver? Colin couldn't help but think. At this moment, Derek acutely noticed that the clothes on Jack's chest and abdomen were dyed dark red, as if liquid was slowly seeping out. "Are you injured?" he asked carefully. Jack lowered his head and replied in an ethereal tone, "There's something ugly growing on me." As he spoke, he pulled open his clothes, revealing his bare chest and abdomen. There were 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth embedded in them. They weren't painted, nor were they pieced together by gems. They were purely formed by real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth. Furthermore, they didn't seem to be a set, as if they belonged to 3 people. Suddenly, Derek imagined a scene. After Jack ate his companions, he used their remaining eyes, nose, and mouth to form a strange human face on his chest and abdomen. The face was gentle and indifferent, making Derek feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In just a second or two, Derek figured out the reason for the familiarity. This face was very similar to the angel in the mural above, the silver-haired angel whose feet were stepping on the circulating river. Indeed, the reason why we keep repeating our explorations stems from him. Derek's heart stirred as he blurted out a word, as if he was about to give an incantation to resolve his predicament. "Rose Redemption," he shouted solemnly. The boy, Jack, raised his head and stared at him in a daze. His mouth widened bit by bit until it reached his ears. "I'm so hungry, so hungry." Derek was stunned as he saw the intense battle. When he woke up again, he sat back down beside the campfire in the camp. Rose Redemption isn't an incantation. He deeply reflected on himself. The 7th exploration soon began. Derek, who had already made an attempt, no longer acted abnormally. All he did was take the initiative to check the Rose Redemption mural. As usual, the expedition team entered the underground hall with the altar and statue, and they discovered the obviously strange boy, Jack. After a similar conversation, Derek once again saw the face that was pieced together from other people's facial features. With experience, he didn't do anything provocative. He suppressed his voice and said to Demon Hunter Colin, "Your Excellency, the face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural above. Your Excellency, the face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural. It's an angel with silver hair and a river under his feet. It's the one with Rose Redemption written in the corner." Demon Hunter Colin was first taken aback before he frowned. As he watched and pacified the boy, Jack, he sized up Derek from the corner of his eye. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "It's because you were the one who mentioned this matter. Because you mentioned this matter, and it made me think of something." Without waiting for Derek to ask, he continued, "We've studied that mural for a long time. We studied the mural for a long time and simply thought that it depicted an angel leading the way and a group of ascetics on a pilgrimage. Perhaps the name of their group was Rose Redemption. That river that's connected to the end indicates a cycle. Our interpretation is that the pilgrimage is repeated. And from the looks of it, it might indicate the identity of that angel. This is the idea you gave me because Amon was once hidden in your body." "Why?" Derek was confused. Demon Hunter Colin stared at Jack and said, "The worm that Amon left behind has the symbol of time. The river of cycles is often related to fate. When the two are put together, it reminds me of a small number of tomes that I've read about, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. When the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, watched over this world, he was surrounded by many angels. Among them, the leaders of all angels, the kings of angels who were closest to the divine throne, numbered a total of 8. Some of their names had already disappeared in the long course of history, while others still had certain records, either brief or detailed. Rumor has it that there are even descendants of deities among the 8 kings of angels. Among them, 2 of the kings of angels have the titles of Angel of Time and Angel of Fate. Derek was enlightened as he asked in confirmation, "That's right. You believe that Amon is the Angel of Time and that the mural is the Angel of Fate?" "I can't be sure for the time being. Only the title of Angel of Time has been passed down, and the records of the Angel of Fate are relatively detailed." Demon Hunter Colin suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros." In the evening, in the underground building of the Odora family, Emlyn White looked at the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient sanguine lying inside, "That's right. Lord Nibs, I accept the primogenitor's mission." Nibs replied with an old voice, "Very good. When do you want to begin? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Upon hearing Lord Nibs ask about his wishes, Emlyn White's calves went limp. He nearly regretted it. There's no need. Chapter 470. An iron-black coffin covered in strange patterns sat quietly in the middle, and there seemed to be a faint fluctuation in the air that was silently colliding. Emlyn White stood in the corner and followed the normal ritual procedures. He lit the candles and dripped the essential oil and the corresponding herbal powder. A misty atmosphere spread out as Emlyn recalled the requirements of artificial sleepwalking. He lowered his head and began cogitation while repeatedly chanting the fool's honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Amidst the monotonous and rhythmic voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body was relaxed and restrained, as though he was asleep, but his spirituality was lively and light as it constantly spread out. At this moment, he had the feeling that he was constantly drifting upwards. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his fingers as he looked at the rippling screens of light beside him. He expressionlessly admired the praying figure. Although it was very blurry, Klein immediately recognized the vampire, Emlyn White. "He's very courageous to have the initiative to buy a doll." Klein sighed and didn't respond. He had previously attempted to divine the sanguine's goal, but he was unable to obtain any effective revelations. The only thing he could be sure of was that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This made Klein rather curious, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn White with a high-ranking sanguine hiding beside him. He didn't know if the other party could grasp any traces of danger like Blasphemer Amon in the mysterious space above the gray fog, nor did he wish to confirm it. After all, Amon was only an avatar back then, and the present high-ranking sanguine was most likely the main body. "There's no need to take risks on unimportant matters, even if I want to understand the sanguine's true goal. Besides, it's not like there's no other way." Klein looked at the artificial sleepwalking Emlyn White and muttered to himself with a smile, "I can delay the response." He planned on waiting until tomorrow or the day after, when Emlyn White left his protection and when the sanguine gave up on the matter, then he would suddenly respond. However, there was a prerequisite. He had to first confirm the level of risk with divination. Tail Devourer. Just like that river? Derek Berg immediately made the connection. Demon Hunter Colin nodded solemnly. "Yes. This means that we might have already stepped into a river that we can't leave from. Fortunately, this should only be some power left behind by the Angel of Fate. It's not hiding here. No, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty, and it's been a long time ago." Derek responded inwardly. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly faded and were dyed silver. In the end, his pupils even became vertical, reflecting the figure of the little boy, Jack. Sparks of silver light shot out from his eyes, spiraling and colliding with each other. Dang. Demon Hunter Colin first stabbed the longsword in his hand into the ground and pulled out another straight sword, smearing it with golden oil that resembled sunlight. Noticing this, the little boy Jack's expression changed, as if it was shrouded in a thick shadow. Before he could open his mouth, Demon Hunter Colin moved. He pulled out his sword from the ground and left behind a blurry figure. Golden and silver flashed, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light in front of the little boy Jack was the brightest. After a shrill scream, darkness enveloped the altar once again. The little boy, Jack, stood in place without moving a single step, but the human face in his chest and abdomen had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where his squirming organs could be seen. A few meters to the side of Jack, Demon Hunter Colin was half squatting on the ground, his swords hanging diagonally. In front of him, the human face had been torn apart, returning to its scattered eyes, nose, and mouth. These organs twitched and bounced as if they had been electrocuted. Soon, they stopped moving and rapidly rotted, as if they were meant to be. In the blink of an eye, Derek felt an invisible barrier appear around him like a wall of water and silently shatter. Almost at the same time, he seemed to leave the turbulent river and return to the shore. Looking at the gloomy underground hall, the hanging statue, and the boy, Jack, whose expression was contorted from pain and had fainted, Derek was delighted as he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he and the others had finally escaped from their repetitive lives. Derek knew very well that although the final process didn't seem complicated, without understanding the problem beforehand and receiving no hints, they might have to repeat it dozens or hundreds of times before they could discover any clues and find a solution. During this process, if they weren't careful, they would die. And Derek had no way of knowing if the lost life would be reborn, or if they would still be resurrected by the bonfire, only to die after completely escaping the predicament. What was even more serious was that people would always repeat the same choices. In other words, if they couldn't discover the problem the first time, without the corresponding memories and experience, they might not be able to detect any abnormalities even the 100th or 1000th time. They would be completely lost in the river of cycles until the normal flow of time in the outside world reached the end of their lives. At the thought of such a possibility, Derek was sincerely grateful to Mr. Fool. Grateful? Recovering his memories and giving him a hint. Turning his head, he saw that Joshua and the other members of the exploration team didn't have any abnormal reactions as they checked the surrounding area, as if the previous 6 explorations didn't exist. Perhaps only by returning to the City of Silver can they realize that they've lost a part of their lives from the wrong dates. Derek thought silently. At this moment, Demon Hunter Collins stood up and walked back to Jack's side. He took out another metal bottle and poured the black, sticky liquid inside onto Jack's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane that stuck to the wound and stopped the blood flow. "Hi, Joshua, you're in charge of bringing him along." Colin suppressed the palpitations in his heart and instructed in a deep voice. In his eyes, this was the hope for the City of Silver to escape the curse and defeat the prophecy of the apocalypse. Phew! Derek wanted to secretly thank Mr. Fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gesture. In Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family, the sumptuous dinner shimmered with an alluring luster under the illumination of the many candles. Unlike what the newspapers and magazines imagined, the dinner of a large noble family wasn't solemn, and there was no need to maintain silence. This was a rare time for the family members to gather together. As they ate, they casually chatted about all kinds of relaxing topics to communicate and strengthen their bond. Audrey cut a piece of steak from her ranch and observed Earl of Hall's expression. Without hiding her curiosity, she asked, "Dad, has anything happened to Prince Edisac recently?" Her plan was to pretend that she had heard some unrealistic rumors that she couldn't take responsibility for if there wasn't any. This wasn't uncommon in noble circles. Earl of Hall's knife and fork paused as he raised his eyebrows. "What did you hear?" As expected, Audrey, who read the information she wanted from her father's reaction, replied with a faint smile, "Some rumors. It's just a rumor. It seems to be true? Earl of Hall rubbed his temples. It's nothing too serious. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so there's no need to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal of the royal family. To put it simply, Prince Edisac has fallen in love with a commoner woman. This led to the death of a noble descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of the matter, not wanting to cause too much of an impact. The Countess took a sip of champagne. It seems like he's not mature enough. Mother's criticism is very tactful. This does sound suspicious. Is Prince Edisac really involved in a dangerous matter that will bring bad changes to Bakeland? Audrey put on a look of realization and smiled. This makes me a little puzzled. Why would a story of freedom and love involve the death of a noble descendant? Hibbert Hall buried his head in cutting the tender steak and guessed with interest, "This reminds me of those complicated love stories. Among the worshippers of the Lord of Storms, dueling for the sake of honor is a very common thing. It's a tradition that has been put into a museum." Earl of Hall denied his eldest son's statement. Audrey seized the opportunity and deliberated. "My impression of Prince Edisac isn't such a person, and the rumors have already spread. Perhaps what they're really trying to cover up isn't this matter." "Perhaps not." Earl of Hall ruminated over this sentence and couldn't help but frown. Audrey knew when to stop and didn't say anything else. She naturally led the topic in another direction. Next, she planned on finding other noble friends to inquire. As a girl who had once been pursued by Prince Edisac, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details of the matter. Whether it was curiosity or indignation, it could drive people to make such an attempt. The artificial sleepwalking state couldn't be maintained for too long. Emlyn White returned to reality, looking somewhat exhausted. He opened his eyes and looked at the iron-black coffin. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in disappointment, he said in a half-relieved and half-disappointed tone, "Lord Nibs, there's no response." Nibs was silent for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "All right. Stay here tonight to prevent any accidents from happening." "You'll stay here tonight just in case." Emlyn didn't put on a brave front at all. That night, he spent it in worry and unease, but the night was so quiet and nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until the rare winter sunlight of Bakeland shone on the window that it quietly receded. What bad weather! Emlyn left Audra's villa, lowered his top hat, and grumbled as he boarded a rental carriage. His destination was the Harvest Church south of the bridge. After the carriage traveled steadily for a period of time, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred as he saw an endless grayish-white fog. Then, he was surprised to find himself in a mysterious and majestic giant's palace, sitting beside a long, mottled bronze table. Chapter 471. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and thoughtless, like a marble statue sitting there. Then, he heard the figure sitting leisurely in the thick gray fog ask indifferently, "Why do you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind buzzed as he blurted out, "This is the primogenitor's revelation. Tell us, okay?" Through the dream, it tells us that the apocalypse is coming and that we have to be prepared. As for me, I'm one of the key points. My mission is to pray to the fool, to you. Upon hearing the other party's detailed response that didn't hide anything, Klein, who had prepared a follow-up question, was at a loss as to where to begin. What he wanted to know, the vampire, Emlyn White, had already told him everything. A revelation from the primogenitor. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith fall in the Second Era long before the Cataclysm, or had her authority taken back by the Creator? It's precisely because of this that many vampires have attempted to pray to the primordial moon, but they ended up suffering an extremely tragic outcome. Furthermore, Mr. Dorr had also mentioned that the moon card is empty. On the one hand, this means that the primordial moon might be the embodiment of a deity or a high-level devil. On the other hand, it also indirectly proves that the ancient goddess, Lilith, has already lost her position as a sequence 0. Under normal circumstances, this is often equivalent to death. Klein instantly connected the relevant clues. He originally believed that Lilith, who would respond to the Sanguine's prayers on certain matters, was a relic of the ancient god, such as the moon pathway's uniqueness. Therefore, she was rigid and passive with great limitations. But now, the fact that she had taken the initiative to give a revelation made him reject this guess. There are two possibilities. The first is that Lilith is a deity in disguise, occupying a critical point ahead of time and blocking the opponent who wishes to ascend to the throne of Sequence 0 of the moon pathway. In essence, she doesn't love the Sanguine, and the revelation she provided was only a test. Among them, the greatest suspect is the goddess who snatched the title of Lady of Crimson. It's already Sequence 0, corresponding to the card of blasphemies, the star card. Why would it covet the moon? To ruin the enemy's plans? Secondly, the ancient god isn't dead yet. As long as no other powerhouse becomes a Sequence 0 of the moon pathway, it doesn't matter. It could exist in some strange and incomprehensible way, waiting for the opportunity to return, just like what the Dark Emperor card described. And the goddess had given him the title of Lady of Crimson, perhaps to destroy this matter to a certain extent. According to this logic, Lilith's recent apocalyptic revelation is an effort to resurrect after years of accumulation. And with me, the fool? If that's really the case, then it should be considered an invitation to cooperate to a certain extent. But I'm only a Sequence 6 Beyonder. What can I use to cooperate with an ancient god that hasn't dissipated yet? Let Emlyn White join the tarot? The Sanguine is a race with a long lifespan. It has existed since the Second Epoch, so it definitely knows a lot of secrets. However, it's quite risky. Yes, I can divine if I want to pull Emlyn in before every meeting, right? In the notebook, Sights in the Spirit World, there's a similar apocalyptic prophecy. It comes from Yellow Light Venathan. At the same time, it also points out that the curse of the House of Abraham will be removed by an apprentice who has received the help of a secret existence. This matches Miss Magician's current state. She's an apprentice who has received the help of the Fool. That's interesting. Could it be that all the high-level Beyonders who are good at prophecy have seen the inevitability of the apocalypse, as well as the possible effects of the Fool's existence? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression didn't change at all. He leaned back in his chair and smiled unhurriedly. What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me about? The calm voice allowed Emlyn to recover from his stiff state of not knowing what he was doing. He shook his head in a daze. I don't know. At this moment, Klein saw the messy stars moving rapidly on the back of the chair Emlyn was sitting on, quickly forming a symbol that symbolized the crimson moon. Indeed, the Beyonder pathway corresponding to the ancient goddess Lilith's descendant points to the moon. Klein chuckled. With the 7 orthodox deities and many secret existences, why would your ancestor believe that I'm the key to the apocalypse? The Fool's attitude finally calmed Emlyn White down. He understood that he had truly encountered an unbelievable matter. He had been forcefully pulled into a magical place by a secret existence? It's the Fool? He actually didn't flare up. Is this because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am indeed the special one. I was mentioned by the ancestor, and I even received a response from the Fool. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straight as he deliberated over his words. Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation given by the ancestor is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key to saving the Sanguine and defeating the apocalypse. And all of this begins with praying to you. His hidden meaning was, the key to the end of the world is not you, but me. This guy has such a Chunibu side to him. Well, he's always been arrogant and full of himself. Klein mocked him in his mind, using a popular phrase from the past. Amused, he opened his mouth and said, the same question, why are you praying to me instead of the 7 righteous gods or other hidden existences? No idea. Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought for a moment and deliberately said, "Actually, I roughly understand what your ancestor meant. I hope that with my help, you can grow into a true high-ranking being and save the blood race when the apocalypse comes." Growth. As you know, we sanguine aren't able to grow on our own. Only through special rituals can we obtain the gifts of our elders and the inheritance left behind by our ancestors. Only then can we advance in level. Indeed, it also has to conform to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation. In other words, there must be another way as long as it conforms to the basic law. Klein chuckled. Your knowledge has blinded your eyes, preventing you from seeing the wider world. Of course, I will not answer this question for you. You must find the answer yourself. I am only providing you with an opportunity. He paused for a second and said in a condescending tone, "Do you wish to have such an opportunity?" Emlyn didn't hesitate to stand up and bow. "That is my wish." Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility left? Klein lampooned inwardly as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table. "But there are some things you must abide by. Please speak." Emlyn held back his excitement. Klein smiled. "You can't reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you have my permission. This includes the bloodbreeds who were present during the ritual." "But," Emlyn found it somewhat unacceptable. Klein asked warmly with great certainty, "What's the matter? Lilith didn't ask you to report to anyone afterward, right?" This could be inferred from the fact that there wasn't even a prayer in the revelation. Lilith? Directly calling the ancestor by her name. It sounds like an old friend. Emlyn's heart palpitated as he lowered his head. "No." Klein smiled and said without much fluctuation in his tone, "This is a secret transaction. That's why I responded after you were out of sight. Similarly, there's no need for you to report to Lilith. That will be noticed by certain people." Seeing Emlyn nod in enlightenment, Klein added, "To be the key to saving the sanguine, you have to bear the corresponding thorns. If I want to be the key to the salvation of the blood race, I have to bear the corresponding thorns. For example, I have to be misunderstood, slandered, and belittled. I can only move forward in silence with a heavy mission in the darkness." These targeted words immediately made Emlyn White imagine the corresponding scene. He was always mocked by his fellow clansmen because of his fondness for dolls. He would get lost and enter the harvest church, leaving behind traces of humiliation. He would never be valued or thought highly of by his elders. He would silently protect his clansmen and everyone in a corner without anyone knowing. Soon, Emlyn, who had been touched by him, replied respectfully, Your will be carried out. Your will be carried out across the land." Klein leaned back and said nonchalantly, "That's not a problem. I acquiesce to the establishment of a secret gathering right here. Are you willing to join this gathering and find a way to become stronger and save the blood race?" "I'm willing," Emlyn answered without hesitation. Klein nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any other requests?" Emlyn was delighted as he hurriedly said, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish for you to help me remove the psychological cue. This is a bishop of the Church of Earth Mother, I know." Klein calmly interrupted his description. "I know. As expected of a hidden existence." Emlyn lowered his head again. Klein chuckled. "I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay?" Above the gray fog, he had an extremely powerful spirit vision. He had just discovered that the dark-colored psychological cue in Emlyn White's body had mostly dissipated at some point in time, thinning to the point of being weak. Klein had originally planned on using the ritual in the Book of Secrets to deal with similar problems to resolve it, but the present situation made him believe that a secret deed ritual, the suppression of the Dark Emperor card, and the purification of the Brooch of Sun would be able to completely dispel the psychological cue in Emlyn White's body. Price? Emlyn thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest the hidden existence, the fool. Seeing this situation, Klein took the initiative to say, I'm very interested in the history of you sanguine. I'm very interested in some of the history of the blood race. You can use this information in exchange. Sanguine history? Emlyn thought for a moment before agreeing. You can first think about the content you want to describe. Before that, you need to choose a code name from them. Klein conjured the tarot cards that hadn't been chosen on the surface of the long bronze table. Emlyn White took a few careful glances and said, "That's right. Moon." Chapter 472. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Emlyn seriously considered which part of the Sanguine's history he should tell Mr. Fool. He's an old friend of the ancestor, so he definitely knows what happened before the cataclysm. There's no need for me to repeat it. In the fourth epoch and fifth epoch, the glory of the Sanguine isn't rare. There's too much history worth recounting, but the most important thing is one thing. Emlyn quickly had an idea. Based on his current understanding, the Fool was very likely an ancient god from before the cataclysm. Due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and had been slumbering to this day, gradually awakening. This could explain why there were no records of such hidden existences in the thousands of years of history. That was, until the other party's honorific name suddenly spread. After some deliberation, Emlyn straightened his back. After the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the center of the historical stage of the northern and southern continent. They became nobles of different empires and dynasties as individuals, not as a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. When our queen, the Blood Moon Queen, Alnia, who led us out of the Dark Ages, became the wife of the Trend-Sostal Empire's Knight Emperor, the entire Sanguine was united and became an important supporter of this dynasty. At that time, Augustus of Rouen and Einhorn of Faesac would have to respectfully address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Alnia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to "Who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" could only be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and cautious to talking nonstop. A magic mirror that can answer questions. Isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if there are any members of the machinery hive mind who are so bored that they would say, "Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" What kind of answer would a Rhodes give? Klein's sitting posture did not change. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth as he thought about it. After saying a bunch of things, Emlyn's expression turned serious. All of this was destroyed in the War of the Four Emperors. The Knight Emperor perished, the Queen perished, and the vampires suffered a rather heavy blow. After seizing the final fruit of victory, the seven gods supported the four great nobles, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, and Castilla, to divide the empire, destroying the royal family that lacked high-ranking members. We, the vampires, could only retreat to the remote mountains and hide in dark corners to ensure the continuation of our race. It's about what I expected. The seven gods. During the War of the Four Emperors, there were already the seven gods. Klein thought of the statues of the six gods in the underground ruins of the Tudor family. Fortunately, the seven deities were divided, and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the calamity. At that moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of high spirit. He looked at Klein with bright eyes and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you still have the time to listen to me talk about the Blood Moon Queen's life and the glory that the Sanguine once possessed? It's a heavy tome formed from pages of glorious chapters. I can repeat every part of it. From the looks of it, you can still talk for an entire day and night. I once thought that you were a shameless vampire who liked dolls and didn't know much about history. I never expected you to be so professional and academic. It's no wonder you always believe that the Sanguine are noble and are proud of it. For a fellow like you who doesn't like to go out, if you really become interested in any field, you will indeed do in-depth research. Furthermore, vampires have long lifespans." Klein deliberated for a moment, prepared to decline Emlyn's good intentions. Although he wasn't lacking in interest in history, time didn't allow him to listen to Emlyn's long-winded speech. "That's enough." Klein smiled and said, "I like an equivalent exchange. I won't let you speak for nothing. When there's a chance in the future, you can use the corresponding history to exchange for what you want from me." "All right." Emlyn was momentarily disappointed. This was the first time he had a chance to talk about the glory of the Sanguine to another existence. Usually, in order to hide his identity, he couldn't flaunt this to humans. As for the Sanguine, they already knew what they needed to know, and it wasn't his turn to be responsible for the education of newborns. Klein didn't say anything else and resumed his condescending attitude. "All right, you can go back." A crimson light lit up in front of Emlyn White's eyes, quickly engulfing him. After a brief moment of dizziness, he realized that he was still sitting in a moving rental carriage. Then, he saw the illusory goatskin and obtained the knowledge on how to use a secret deed ritual to pray for help from the Fool. "When I'm free at noon and return home, I'll immediately hold a ritual and ask Mr. Fool to remove my psychological cue." Emlyn suddenly felt a little excited. When the carriage arrived at the Harvest Church, he calmed down and paid the fare. After entering the church, he saw Bishop Utravsky preaching to the few believers there. He was no longer as vexed as before, and he felt rather relaxed. In such a state, he suddenly thought of something. "Father Utravsky doesn't seem to have stopped me from finding a way to remove the psychological cue. What exactly is he thinking?" Eastborough, in a coffee shop with greasy tables. Klein, who arrived at the scheduled time, was enjoying a piece of oatmeal bread dipped in tender pea-stewed lamb gravy as he listened to old Kohler recount the information he had gathered in the past week. Unfortunately, there wasn't much valuable information in there. After the other party finished, Klein thought for a moment, took out £2 worth of notes, and pushed it over. "You already gave it to me just now." Old Kohler jumped in fright and waved his hand in shock. Klein chuckled. "I'll be heading south for a vacation within this week. After a year of hard work, it's time for me to rest for a while. I might only be back in 2 to 3 weeks, so I'll pay you in advance. Heh, don't forget to help me gather information." Okay. Old Kohler received the notes with joy and gratitude. At this moment, he had already decided on how to spend the new year. He planned on buying the cured ham that he couldn't bear to buy before and using it to match his bread. How impatient! "Thank you, Detective Moriarty." He could not help but swallow his saliva. Klein picked up his hat and deliberated for a moment. "You should be able to sense that Eastborough has been a little chaotic recently. Don't put yourself at risk just to gather information. If you find anything amiss, immediately hide and don't get involved." The matter surrounding Prince Edisac worried him, so he wanted to warn Old Kohler. "I understand." Old Kohler patted his chest and said, "I'm very timid, I won't take risks." "Very good," Klein praised. He then thought of the laundry maid, Liv, and her 2 daughters, Freja and Daisy, who loved to read and wished to change their fates. He muttered, "Keep an eye on Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If there's a riot in Eastborough, take them to a safe place." "Riot? You mean the workers' resistance?" Old Kohler asked in puzzlement. "Something like that," Klein replied vaguely. This was the limit of what he could reveal. Otherwise, it would be easy for people or sealed artifacts to suspect him. In a room filled with dolls of all sizes, Emlyn White, who had returned home at noon, sat in a chair, enjoying the darkness caused by the curtains. He looked around and clenched his fists. "Cheer me on." With that said, he rummaged for materials with spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the Fool, as well as the corresponding symbols and magic labels. After busying himself for a while, he attempted the secret deed ritual. His spirituality gradually drifted away, as if he had arrived at an infinite height. Vaguely, he saw countless indescribable shadows, 7 beams of light that seemed to contain a great deal of knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that lingered high above. Above the endless gray fog, there was an ancient palace that couldn't be seen clearly. Inside the palace sat a figure shrouded in gray fog. Then, Emlyn saw a dignified and sacred golden figure and the black wings that blotted out the sky behind it. Before he had time to count how many pairs of mysterious wings there were, he felt himself quickly floating up and coming into contact with the golden figure. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling screech, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground. His body was actually emitting bursts of green smoke. After a while, Emlyn calmed down and heard the fool's deep voice echo in his ears. "Your hypnosis has been removed." Was this what it felt like to remove the hypnosis? How painful! Emlyn sat on the ground, panting heavily. His neatly combed hair was already drooping messily. Above the gray fog, Klein nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself. As expected, the brooch of sun's purification and dispel effects will simultaneously harm vampires. He had already deduced that the sunlight needed to remove the weakened psychological cue wasn't enough to severely injure Emlyn, so he couldn't be bothered to change to a more complicated method. From the looks of it, the outcome was as he expected. After dealing with this matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and divined his future plans. This afternoon is a good time to go to Red Rose Manor. After reciting it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum was motionless without spinning. It involves a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a corresponding powerhouse. The difficulty of divination is too high, and there's no way to obtain an effective revelation. Klein sighed as he roughly understood the reason. Right on the heels of that, he divined if it was a good time to go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow afternoon, but he failed again. I've always said that divination isn't omnipotent, and now it's proven true. I have to make a decision myself. I have to take this step. Otherwise, there's no way I can leave the stage and go behind the scenes without anyone noticing. The sooner the better. I can't delay it, or else things might get out of hand. As his thoughts churned, Klein made up his mind. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. His destination was Prince Edisak's Red Rose Manor. Chapter 473. Outside Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage with his cane in hand. Looking at the red-uniformed soldier standing guard at the door, he closed his eyes to calm himself down. Since the sealed artifact suspected to be 0-08 has been creating coincidences to prevent the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting me, then today will be no exception. I don't have to worry too much about running into her. As long as I can deceive Prince Edisak with my performance, there won't be any problems. Klein's thoughts settled as he walked towards the entrance of the manor. After handing over the gun holster and revolver, he passed the search and was led by the manservant through the path paved with gray stone slabs. He bypassed the pool that sprayed clear spring water and entered the main house. He came to the second floor and arrived outside the room that should have been a sunroom according to the layout. During this process, Klein's heart was in his throat, afraid of encountering an accident, afraid that the situation would develop in the worst possible direction. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking lightly on the door, the valet leaned in front of the door and lowered his voice. "Detective Moriarty has arrived." After a full 10 seconds of silence, a deep voice came from the room. "Your Highness, invite him in." Accompanying this sentence was the creak of the door opening, and a warm feeling spread outwards, a little warmer than in the corridor. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 tall guards, Klein stepped onto the thick, patterned, yellow, and soft carpet. He took a few steps forward, bypassing the cabinet that separated the inside from the outside, and saw Prince Edisak sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the rare sun of a Bakeland winter. That familiar and memorable round face didn't have the slightest hint of a smile, and it naturally created a serious and solemn atmosphere. Due to the combination of the elegant fireplace and metal pipes, the room was warmer than it was at the end of spring. Prince Edisak didn't wear a coat, and his upper body was only covered in a white shirt with flower-like sleeves and a light yellow vest. The accessories such as cufflinks, brooches, and badges weren't conspicuous, but they were expensive enough. Upon seeing this, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief because the woman with the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Edisac held a cup of steaming black tea in his hand, but he didn't invite Klein to sit down. He maintained his previous expression and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any result from the investigation?" "No, my divination, my mediumship, my visits, and my investigations all tell me that Talum died of a sudden heart disease." Klein responded with a pained expression and obvious self-blame. "I'm too weak in every aspect. Your Highness, you should ask for a stronger and more powerful helper. You'd better find someone else," he added silently in his heart. At that moment, Edisac seemed to see Sherlock and Detective Moriarty's faces clearly. He felt that the other party had aged several years, as though he hadn't been able to sleep in a long time. This wasn't an illusion, because before Klein went out, he had used his faceless powers to fine-tune the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lusterless. It made the messy beard that wasn't part of his body appear speckled, making his eye bags bigger, darker, and more obvious. After a moment of silence, Edisac put down the white porcelain cup inlaid with golden threads. "I know, it's still too difficult. I'll get someone to take over the follow-up. You draft up an investigation report. Don't miss anything." "All right." Klein clenched his fists inwardly and quickly took out a stack of folded paper from his pocket. "Your Highness, you don't need to wait. I've always had the habit of writing." After instructing an attendant to take the investigation report, Prince Edisac casually flipped through it and put it aside. "Is there anything else?" "No, Your Highness. Please allow me to take my leave." Right, I'll be heading south for a period of time. I want to use the warm sunlight there to melt the pain in my heart," Klein replied with a sigh. "This is a New Year's custom for many people in Rouen." Prince Edisac nodded slightly and turned to look at the old butler, Funkel. "Send Detective Moriarty out and send a carriage to him." Red Rose Manor was 15 to 20 minutes' walk from the nearest town. Only when he got there could he hire a carriage. "Yes, Your Highness." The old butler bowed meticulously. Klein didn't let down his guard and quickly bade farewell. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and retrieved his holster and weapon. Less than a minute later, he was in a carriage for Red Rose Manor. Leaning against the wall and watching the manor grow smaller and smaller, Klein relaxed and slowly exhaled, allowing his hanging heart to return to its original position. He knew that he had already left the center of the stage. Next, it's time to bid farewell to Bakeland, head south, and make a complete curtain call. After that, I'll change my face and sneak back. He calmly thought about his subsequent plans. At that moment, his spiritual perception stirred and his spirituality tightened. He saw the carriage's door quickly open and silently close. Before he could respond, a figure quickly outlined itself. She was wearing a heavy black dress and a sapphire ring on her hand. A sapphire ring! Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who was about to attack or jump out of the carriage, narrowed his eyes and sat back down, not daring to act rashly. That's a terrifying figure who possesses a Grade 0 sealed artifact or is a demigod of this level. What I'm afraid of really happens. 0-08 or something else. Where's the coincidence you created? Klein's mind and body instantly tensed up as he watched the figure completely appear. The lady's age was completely different from her style of dressing. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a slightly round face and slender eyes. She had a cultured and elegant temperament with hidden sweetness. She was an extremely outstanding beauty. Klein was taken aback at first, but he immediately recognized her and blurted out, "Trissy? Isn't this the fellow who went from instigator Triss to witch Trissy? How did she become the prince's woman when she's wanted?" As a member of the Demonist sect, How did she get to Prince Edisac's side? Furthermore, she has a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the same level. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Trissy had changed somewhat from before. Her facial features, which weren't outstanding on their own, had become gentler and more exquisite. When combined, it was even more moving. Upon hearing his surprised words, Trissy wasn't alarmed but delighted instead. She revealed a sweet smile. "You know me, I knew you knew me. A detective with Beyonder powers would definitely pay special attention to all the wanted posters." She looks very happy. Klein cautiously asked with some doubt, "What's wrong? What do you want to do?" He clearly remembered that she wasn't a good person. Trissy had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the Alfalfa through instigation, and Trissy had caused many innocent civilians to die prematurely in Tingen City. Trissy pursed her lips and smiled. "It's very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind. Let them come here to arrest me. Call the police to arrest myself? This lady boy, is this woman crazy?" Klein was a little confused when he heard that. Soon, he understood the meaning behind it. Trissy would rather be locked behind Cheney's gate than stay in Red Rose Manor. She's trying her best to escape. To put it simply, she believes that this is more dangerous and despairing than being caught by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Klein tried his best to control his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" Trissy was stunned for a second before she widened her eyes. Her eyes were blurry and unfocused as she said, "Someone is manipulating my life. There are always coincidences that leave me horrified after the fact. And I'm becoming less and less like myself." At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up. "Can you imagine? I, who like those shy and cute maids, would always wake up in the arms of a naked man at dawn. Can you imagine the pain?" "I can, so I stay away from assassins and witches." Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene as his heart shuddered. Trissy continued with a seemingly self-deprecating smile. "I thought that by working hard to advance and become joy, I would be able to escape that strange state, so I hired someone to help me gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. In the end, it became even more serious. Sometimes I forget many things, but they really happened. I endured the disgust and lured Talum, hoping that he would help me escape this place. Who knew that I would kill him with a curse at some point in time? Do you believe that such a thing could happen? They even changed my name, wanting me to completely abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought that I could only overcome coincidences in a short period of time and would soon return to the right track. This was an illusion I deliberately created for them. So, I met you, Mr. Detective. Joy. Demonis. Ingredients. Klein suddenly recalled a past event. At the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom, old Mr. Eichinger Stanton, someone had requested to purchase the main ingredient of the Demonis of Joy potion. With the formula, he had noticed it on the spot, but he didn't care about it. Later on, he gradually forgot about it. So it was Trissy's helper. At that time, she was already by Prince Edisac's side? Why do I have an inexplicable feeling that her smile is so poignant and beautiful? Joy is poisonous. Klein took a deep breath, his thoughts in a mess. As he sorted out his thoughts, he casually asked, "What did they change your name to?" Trissy furrowed her pretty brows and replied with a misty look in her eyes, "Trissy Cheek." Trissy Cheek. 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 Klein suddenly raised his head and felt his entire body go numb once again. His entire body was as stiff as a marble statue. At this moment, there was only Roselle's diary echoing crazily in his mind. June 5th. I obtained an ancient book that actually mentioned the name of the primordial Demonis, called Cheek. Chapter 474. Cheek, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him with her slightly furrowed brows and misty eyes, Klein couldn't help but have goosebumps rise all over his body, accompanied by a cold sweat. At that moment, He felt as though he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company. He was just about to activate his spirit vision to observe Megos and the baby in her womb. The instinctive fear was so clear that it was like a huge hand that was squeezing his heart tightly. He finally understood that what was resisting the gray fog and interfering with his divination wasn't a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the corresponding level. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Trissy's body. The symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial demoness. No, she's not the primordial demoness yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control and become a squirming pile of rotten meat just from being with her. She's in a very strange state. Trissy's brows calmed down as her eyes regained their focus. Looking at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all, she gently raised her right hand, allowing her fair fingers to slowly slide down from the side of her body. With a tinge of grievance, temptation, and maliciousness, she smiled. With a hint of grievance and temptation, she said with a sinister smile, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind of this matter, and I happen to meet you before I'm captured by them, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Klein's gaze unconsciously followed the movement of her fingers as soul-stirring details surfaced in his mind. "It's not big, but it's very perky. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the seduction powers of a demoness of pleasure? Ignoring the fact that you were a man in the past, even if you were a pure lady who didn't do much evil in the past and didn't give me any psychological barriers, I wouldn't dare. If I were to suddenly awaken as the primordial demoness, even the fool wouldn't be able to handle it." Klein sighed silently as he raised his head and looked at the wooden board at the top of the carriage with pity. "Do you think an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder like me has the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I believe they've already realized that something is amiss and are about to take action." Seeing that Klein didn't dare to look at her, Trissy felt a little smug. She chuckled and said, "I'll try to escape and lure away the main forces of the pursuit. Although the remaining forces are still very strong, they're no longer unsolvable. I believe that for the sake of your own life, you will definitely fight with all your might. Your chances are not small." With that, her figure quickly disappeared, as if someone had wiped her off with a rag. This was different from Sharon. She didn't return to her normal state as a wraith, but directly turned invisible. Bang! The carriage door was first opened, then closed. The lingering sweet fragrance wafted into his nose. Klein withdrew his gaze and his face darkened. Even now, his arm was still trembling slightly, as if he had contracted some kind of disease. If it wasn't for his rich experience, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying pressure even though he had faced the son of an evil god in the real world. Knowing what the name Trissy Cheek represented, he would have collapsed on the spot. It was like a rubber band that would eventually snap if it was pulled too tightly. From the looks of it, Trissy still doesn't know what happened to her, nor does she know the meaning of the title Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts, looked out the window, estimated the distance, and silently counted the time. His spiritual intuition and corresponding experience told him that in such a situation, doing anything was better than doing nothing. Therefore, with the danger of being silenced at hand, he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a tree with only withered branches ignited a small flame that quickly rose higher. A few matches that Klein had specially separated from his pocket ignited as a scarlet color instantly covered his black suit. His figure disappeared from the carriage and walked out of the flames by the side of the road. Puff, puff, puff. He snapped his fingers with his left hand, and his figure constantly flashed through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flames and quickly arrived in the depths that couldn't be seen from the outside. Then, he paused and pulled out the accessory hanging around his neck. He had always known that there were unexpected factors lurking in his visit to Red Rose Manor. Based on the magician's code of conduct, he had made some preparations ahead of time. For example, he had separated the matches and carried some mystical items with him. Among them, the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch were involved in the Capim and Wraith incidents, so he had cautiously left them above the grey fog. As for the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago, it was difficult for it to pass the Manor's guard's inspection, so it received the same treatment. In the end, apart from the purification, demon hunting, and exorcism bullets, he only brought 2 mystical items. One of them was a master key that could allow one to pass through obstacles. Its effects of getting lost could be offset by dowsing rod magic. Furthermore, it usually looked like an ordinary key, so it wouldn't be discovered. The other item was the core element that Klein had prepared, Aztec's copper whistle. To put it simply, when there's danger that I can't deal with on my own, I'll seek help from a powerhouse. With that encounter, regardless of whether I recognize Trissy or not, I'll definitely be on the annihilation list. Furthermore, there's a high chance that I've been targeted by 0-08. Finding Mr. Aztec will no longer have any negative effect. Yes, if the one who has been creating coincidences is indeed 0-08. Klein picked up the cold, ancient copper whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew at it. Silently, he, who had activated his spirit vision, saw white bones spewing out from the ground like a fountain. He saw a giant messenger that was nearly 4 meters tall take form. It lowered its head and looked at him with its eye sockets that were burning with black flames. That massive body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out a pen and paper that he carried with him and wrote a word. Help! Right on the heels of that, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's hanging palm. When the messenger disappeared, he put away the copper whistle, deliberately assumed a praying posture, and quickly recited the Fool's honorific name. Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have yielded results. The woman Prince Edisac fell in love with is witch Trissy of the Demoness sect. She has now advanced to Demoness of Pleasure, and has been renamed Trissy Cheek by the upper echelons. After quickly completing the report, Klein didn't bother concealing himself. He immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Then, he extracted his prayer image and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. He tried his best to feign a teasing tone and added with the condescending attitude of the fool, "That's right, Miss Justice. That's the true name of the primordial demoness." After doing all of this, Klein immediately returned to the real world and prepared to flee for his life. Just as he took a few steps, his eyes suddenly lit up. He subconsciously looked up and saw a few flaming meteors falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the forest. At that moment, a scarlet light reflected in Klein's eyes, making him feel like he couldn't resist it at all. He never expected that the other party would directly send meteors to silence him. On the yellowed notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For unknown and inexplicable reasons, the Durasco meteor shower arrived on this planet 2 days ahead of schedule. A portion of them happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, it happened to be Tuesday afternoon in Audrey's private study. The girl, who was about to reach adulthood, was listening attentively to Escalante's explanation of the connection between the spectator, telepathist, and the intersection of mysticism and psychology. Beside her feet, the golden retriever, Susie, sat meticulously. Suddenly, she saw the endless gray fog and a blurry figure in a praying posture in what appeared to be a forest. Following that, words entered her ears. Prince Edisac, Demoness sect, witch Trissy, Demoness of Pleasure, Trissy Cheek. Audrey automatically filtered out the irrelevant details and noticed the most important word. So that's how it is. Edisac fell in love with a demoness, and many demonesses are transformed from men. Why do I feel like laughing? Is this the reason why he brought danger to Bakeland? I have to remind Dad. But what method should I use, what excuse should I use? Audrey tried hard to control her expression and gaze, but she couldn't stop her mind from wandering. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool, who was sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. She heard him say in a calm and somewhat teasing tone, "Cheek. That's the true name of the primordial demoness. The true name of the primordial demoness. The primordial demoness." With a hum, Audrey's expression instantly went out of control. What's wrong? As an extremely observant telepathist, Escalante immediately noticed that something was amiss with Miss Audrey. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she didn't hide it as she said worriedly, "Teacher Escalante, I just thought of something bad. Ms. Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents before, but I forgot. This will lead to very serious and terrible consequences. For example, Bakeland would be destroyed, and only a small number of the millions of people who lived there, regardless of whether they were nobles, middle class, or poor, would survive." Audrey pursed her lips, unable to hide the worry in her emerald-like eyes. Escalante raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is it too late to go now? It's better than not going. Teacher Escalante, wait a moment for me. No, you should leave first." Audrey entered the state of a spectator and calmly made a decision. She then got up, left the study, and entered the corridor. "Dad has gone to the House of Lords. Only Mom is at home. But what should I say?" Audrey frowned slightly. Her footsteps didn't slow down, nor did she speed up. Beside her were her personal maidservant and the large dog, Susie. Gradually, she had an idea. By the time she arrived at the activity room where the Countess was, she had already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an abnormally heavy weight on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. Chapter 475. In the sitting room, Countess Caitlin sat on a sofa. The butler, the assistant butler, and the steward stood before her. She was methodical and orderly, giving instructions on the various matters of tonight's banquet until her daughter, Audrey, came to her side. "Mom, I have something to tell you." Audrey's gaze swept over the other people in the room. On the way to the living room, she felt the ground tremble slightly, but she didn't notice anything unusual. The Countess looked around and nodded slightly. "Come in later." The living room quickly became quiet. Even the golden retriever, Susie, was sent out of the room by Audrey's gaze. "You should be by my side more often and learn how to deal with things. Although there is no lack of such content in your family lessons, how to effectively integrate them with practical matters is still a profound subject." The Countess, who looked like she was in her early 30s, smiled and said, "All right, my little angel, what's the matter?" Audrey wanted to show the elegant smile that she had practiced repeatedly in etiquette class, but she found that she was too nervous to lift the corners of her mouth. She pursed her dry lips and said directly, "Don't worry. Mom, I have something to hide from you." The Countess tilted her head slightly, waiting for further explanation. Audrey's words paused for a moment before they became smooth. I'm already a beyonder, a person with miraculous powers. I became one through consuming potions." The blonde Countess Caitlin raised her eyebrows slightly and replied without any surprise, "Yes, I know. Your father and I both know." Audrey didn't know how to continue. The Countess covered her mouth and giggled. "You've taken so many magical ingredients from the treasury. Do you naively think that your father and I didn't notice it? By your father's side, in this villa, and in the family's territory, there are quite a number of beyonders. They are either hired or dispatched by the Church of the Goddess, or they are members of the Hall family. His Majesty has tacitly approved of these matters, and we have also tacitly approved of your little adventure. You will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I won't be able to protect you forever. There will always be a time when you need to face certain matters alone. Having additional magical powers to aid you can make your trump cards even better. Yes, according to what I know, the initial stages shouldn't be that dangerous. Advancing will take a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. Therefore, your father and I aren't in a rush. We plan on waiting for you to officially become an adult before giving you a few warnings, allowing you to stay in your current position. No, Mom, your common sense is wrong. You don't know of the existence of the acting method. If I gather all the ingredients, I can become a sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. Besides, I don't want to stop. The death of the Duke of Negan made me realize that this world isn't as stable and calm as I thought it was. I want to have the strength to protect you at critical moments. Mr. Fool is gradually reviving, and evil gods are attempting to descend one after another. Although I'm still immature and lack the necessary knowledge, I can still sense the indescribable danger lurking in these matters. Audrey had always known that the Beyonder ingredients she had taken from the treasury were an unavoidable problem, but she was lucky enough to believe that her parents didn't know the exact effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she was sinking deeper into the circle of mysticism enthusiasts. After removing the burden from her heart, she avoided her mother's exhortations and said, "Mom, I later joined a secret organization. It's more academic and doesn't worship evil gods. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you its name and details. I've already made a vow." Without waiting for the Countess to ask, she cut to the chase. "I received news today that the commoner girl that Prince Edisac fell in love with is a demoness. I don't know what they're plotting." There was actually no need for a connection between her two sentences. The former referred to psychological alchemy, while the latter information came from tarot, Mr. Fool. Through this arrangement of words, every word she said was true and could be confirmed through divination, but it made people believe that her information came from the secret organization Psychological Alchemy. The smile on Caitlin's face gradually disappeared as she solemnly asked, "Demoness?" She didn't know much about the mysterious world, but just the term made her feel evil and uneasy. Audrey quickly nodded. "Yes, a demoness of pleasure. And what makes me even more afraid is that her name is Trissy Cheek." "What's wrong with that?" the Countess asked in puzzlement. "A member of that organization has seen the name Cheek in an ancient book." Audrey told the lie she had just fabricated. Be it her tone, words, expression, or body movements, there were no flaws. In the 4th epoch or earlier, it belonged to the primordial demoness. Following that, she added solemnly, "That's an evil god." Countess Caitlin didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew very well what an evil god meant. She couldn't sit still any longer and asked quickly, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." Audrey trusted Mr. Fool without any doubt, but she couldn't say that on the surface. "Regardless, I think it's necessary to invite the royal family, no, invite the Beyonders of the Church of the Goddess to confirm it. When it comes to matters involving an evil god, it's always right to be cautious." Caitlin looked up at her daughter in surprise. "Audrey, you've grown up." If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved after hearing such praise. She would first act modestly and coquettishly before returning to her room to gloat. She might even do a short dance, but now she couldn't care less about that. She hurriedly made her worry and nervousness surface. "Mom, can you help me hide it? I heard that the Beyonders of the Church and the royal family hate secret organizations that don't belong to them." "Well, you can say that it was Dad who received the news. He should have many channels." Caitlin stood up and gave her daughter a hug. "Don't worry, your father and I won't let you get involved in such matters. Your father won't be back until evening. I'll first get the hidden guard to appear and pretend that he was the one who delivered the news. Then, I'll find the Beyonders sent by the Church of the Goddess to protect our family." "All right," Audrey replied happily. At that moment, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining a high level of nervousness for a period of time. As he watched a few burning meteors fall at high speeds and envelop the entire forest, Klein felt powerless to resist them. He could only wait for death in despair. Even if he constantly used flaming jump, he wouldn't be able to escape the forest and the dangerous core area before the meteor shower hit the ground. And with the weak body of a beyonder of the seer pathway, it was impossible for him to withstand the meteors. Even a zombie that can't be injured by a pistol would be reduced to mincemeat under such an attack. Furthermore, it would be charred black. Flaming jump. A yellowish-white light shone into the depths of Klein's eyes. He hadn't given up, and he quickly had an idea. In such a scene that could only be calculated in seconds, he didn't hesitate to do it. But, after silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the remaining flames in the matchbox. A scarlet flame soared up and quickly enveloped his body. Without a sound, Klein disappeared from where he stood and appeared in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh! The meteor rapidly plummeted. Just as he jumped out of the flames, he left the meteor and fell into the terrifyingly hot air. At the moment he used his beyonder powers to jump, Klein wasn't afraid of ordinary flames. Even if the temperature was a little high, he could only try his best to control the flames to avoid himself after he escaped that state. He would still be burned to death. In addition, the hot air wasn't within the range of his jump. But Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the air at the critical point to instantly explode. He flashed into another flame, hoping to avoid the first wave of impact from the meteor hitting the ground. However, no matter how much he tried or how much risk he took, he still couldn't escape from danger. He only had two choices left. He could either jump into the forest that avoided the direct impact and suffer the aftermath of the meteor's descent, or he could jump around like an acrobat and wait for the mushroom cloud to engulf him. At that instant, Klein seemed to see himself being torn apart. His body was charred black, and he looked like he was still on fire. A thought flashed through his mind as the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. The red turned redder, the yellow turned yellower, and the white turned whiter. All sorts of rich colors stacked together, forming a strange oil painting. The oil painting seemed to detach itself from the real world, making Klein watch as the meteor slowly plummeted and hit the ground like a bystander. The forest was instantly destroyed, and the ground clearly shook a few times. Smoke mixed with the flames rose up, forming a strange mushroom-shaped cloud. Such an impact didn't affect Klein because it was unable to enter the overlapping colors. It was like the still oil painting of the world. Klein was first taken aback before he saw a figure beside him. The figure was of medium build and had bronze skin. He wore a black frock coat and a half-top hat. He had a pair of brown eyes that exuded the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were rather gentle, and there was a tiny mole beneath his right ear. "Mr. Aztec!" Klein exclaimed in delight. He finally knew what the revelation he had received from his divination corresponded to. It corresponded to this very moment. Sea of Blood represented a situation of certain death. Being pulled up by Mr. Aztec meant that he was saved because of him. Just as he said that, Aztec waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and walked into the depths where all sorts of rich colors stacked together. The ordinary-looking quill no longer wrote on its own. Its surface had dimmed a little. The middle-aged man, who only had one eye left, held it and quickly wrote in a psychic state. Chapter 476. Everything around him was like an illusion. The colors were rich, overlapping, and rapidly receding. Just as Klein snapped back to his senses and observed and experienced this wonderful passage, he felt Mr. Aztec's hand, which was grabbing his arm, tremble slightly. Before he could react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't stop falling, and he even began to spin. The red, yellow, white, and black colors around him rapidly faded. Klein fell heavily to the solid ground, causing his head to spin and his organs to churn. In his vision, which was mixed with specks of stars, Everything he saw had returned to normal. On his left was a dark valley that he couldn't see the bottom. It was like the legendary abyss of demons. On his right was a gray rock wall that extended upwards, as though it supported the entire area. There was no sun, clouds, or fog. Some of the light came from the glowing moss that grew in different places. Darkness and depth were the main colors of this world. Klein supported himself with his left hand and leaped up agilely. He discovered that beneath his feet was a regular path paved with stone slabs. It could accommodate 2 carriages running side by side, and it was definitely not formed naturally. One end of the path spiraled downwards, deep into the dark crevice, and the other end led to a high point. From time to time, he could see the domed corridors and halls inside the rock wall. Klein looked up, but he couldn't see the highest point. His vision was completely blocked by the gray stone wall. Suddenly, he had a realization. He and Mr. Aztec had fallen underground, and they were in the remains of an ancient civilization. Is it another area, or is it still near Bakeland? Just as Klein's mind stirred, he heard Mr. Aztec say in a deep voice, "Leave this place first and head up." Ah! Before Klein could understand the meaning of this sentence, he saw a flash of light to his side, instantly outlining an illusory double door. The door seemed to be made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was abnormally heavy. There were countless strange patterns and symbols on its surface. With a creak, a crack appeared on the door, and pale, bloody arms reached out one after another. Apart from that, there were also greenish-black vines with baby faces and slippery tentacles with bulging eyes. This is very similar to the effects of Miss Sharon's mystical item. Amidst his thoughts, Klein realized that the arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer in a frenzy. They had quietened down and stuck close to the ground. It was completely different from when they had pulled a Sequence 6 zombie through the door. Then, the gap in the illusory door widened and a figure walked out. The figure was wearing a pure black clergy robe, and his facial features were like a classical sculpture, deep and distinct. His hair was dark gold, his eyes were dark blue, his nose was high, and he wore a soft hat that old people liked. His sideburns were a little white, which contrasted with his middle-aged appearance. When Klein saw that the person's eye had completely lost its luster, the name of the person appeared in his heart. Zangwill, the former archbishop who single-handedly directed the Tingen incident and dealt a heavy blow to the Nighthawks, the wielder of sealed artifact 0-08. Almost at the same time, Klein turned around and followed Mr. Aztec's instructions and ran up the road. He knew very well that staying in a battle between demigods as a Sequence 6 would only be a burden and a distraction to Mr. Aztec. And in a situation where every second mattered, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would only harm himself and his companions. Tap, tap. As there was nothing underground to ignite, all Klein could do was grit his teeth and run with all his might. Then, he heard Aztec's calm and gentle voice. "All the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled many things. I know that I once stayed in a sequence for a very long time. That sequence is called Undying." Tap, tap, tap. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark domed corridor. The walls on both sides were engraved with mottled murals. At that moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice echo from where he was previously. "Teleportation is prohibited here." Beside Zangwill, a figure had arrived at some point in time. He was floating in midair in violation of the laws of physics, wearing a gorgeous mask that looked like it was forged from gold. As for Zangwill, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he glanced at the corner where Klein's figure had disappeared. A Sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Church of the Evernight Goddess could give others bad luck to a certain extent, but Zangwill, who had silently blessed Klein, realized that he hadn't slipped and fallen into the ravine. Not only that, but Zangwill also seemed to be hallucinating. He saw some thin, illusory grayish-white fog. Without any time to think, He retracted his gaze and cast it back at Aztec Eggers. Tap, 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 screech. Klein, who was running at high speeds, suddenly came to a halt. His spiritual intuition told him that there were people up ahead, beyonders. Furthermore, there was a high chance that they were the guards here. After some thought, he stretched out his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, his body emitted a crisp sound as he grew 7 to 8 centimeters taller. By the time his left palm left his face, he had already transformed into a middle-aged man with dark gold hair and a high nose bridge. Zangwill. Recalling the man's demeanor and using an illusion to modify his clothes, Klein quickly walked forward, circled around a corner, and entered a hall. There were 4 guards clad in black full-body armor, their gazes sharp. With a sullen expression, Klein walked over and deliberately said with a deep and hoarse voice, "Someone has infiltrated this place. Someone snuck in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues?" The leading guard first examined him before lowering his head. "Mr. Zangwill, there's no commotion here." "Okay." Klein nodded gently, walked past them, and left the hall. Throughout the entire process, although he was highly nervous with sweat seeping out of his back, he appeared calm and reserved. He was no different from Zangwill in terms of appearance and aura. With the powers of a faceless, combined with his running, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and came to the end of the building. There was an illusory door formed purely from ghostly blue light. Apart from that, it was completely sealed. Although he was worried about Mr. Aztec's battle with Zangwill and the other demigods, Klein still hid in the shadows outside the room and patiently observed for a while. He discovered that someone had arrived through the ghostly blue light, and someone had used it to leave. He noticed that the person who left had to show an item that resembled a coat of arms before the 4 guards allowed them to enter the door of light. "I don't have time to wait for the next person with a coat of arms. I can only take the risk. The battle over there might end at any moment. Even if it doesn't, the search order for me will soon reach here." Klein quickly made up his mind and once again walked into the room as in Zangwill. "Something has happened outside." He wasn't confident in the former archbishop's voice, so he deliberately spoke hoarsely to indicate that he had experienced an intense battle. The guards, whose thoughts were disrupted by the news, only reacted when Klein approached. They reached out to stop him. "Mr. Zangwill, where's your pass? Don't waste any time," Klein said as he took out a coat of arms from his pocket and stuffed it into the guard's hand. This calm performance made the other guards immediately relax. Just as the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein suddenly lunged forward. The moment he landed, he quickly rolled and entered the ghostly blue door of light. Then, the guard realized that the coat of arms in his hand was rapidly fading, turning into a piece of paper. On the top left of the piece of paper were the most common blessings recently printed. "Happy New Year." The abyss-like crack was filled with an illusory pitch-black liquid. Furthermore, the water was constantly surging as pale-skinned arms frantically reached out. Zangwill had a general understanding of Aztec standard, so he wasn't surprised or afraid. This was because he had a demigod as his helper. What he was most worried about was another problem. 0-08, which had forcefully pushed the story forward, could backfire on him at any time. At this moment, he swept his gaze from the corner of his eye and was surprised to discover that 0-08 had left his pocket at some point in time. It was floating in front of the gray rock wall, crazily writing lines of words. In intense battles there are always all kinds of accidents. For example, in Zangwill's belt breaking and his pants falling. A ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, creating a passageway of overlapping layers of light between the deep darkness and the swimming invisible creatures. Klein didn't observe his environment as he tumbled to the end of the passageway. He stood up, straightened his clothes, restored Zangwill's solemn expression, and stepped into the rippling screen of light. After a moment of daze, he found himself in another room. There were also quite a number of guards here. There's a problem underground. Watch this place and don't let anyone enter, Klein calmly instructed as he walked to the door at a moderate pace. Yes, Mr. Zangwill, the guards replied respectfully. At this moment, the guard from before passed through the ghostly blue light and shouted, "There's something wrong with Zangwill just now." Everyone looked towards the door, but Klein's figure had already vanished. Tap, tap, tap. The guards immediately split up and scattered in search of the target while informing their companions. The scene was rather chaotic. Just as one of them rounded the corner, he saw in Zangwill's back. Subconsciously, he drew his saber that flickered with lightning and slashed forward. The figure floated away weightlessly, turning into a split paper figurine. At the same time, there were two consecutive bangs. Pale golden bullets pierced through the helmet that wasn't pulled down and accurately shot into the guard's head. Before he could even let out a scream, the guard fell to the ground and convulsed twice. Klein walked out of the shadows in the corner and expressionlessly stuffed the revolver back into his armpit holster. He burned the paper figurine and quickly dragged the guard to an empty room. He changed into pitch-black armor and took on the guard's appearance. Then, he picked up the electric sword, walked out of the room, closed the wooden door, and ran forward in a panic. Chapter 477. Red Rose Manor, inside the solarium. Edisac Augustus stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his face gloomy as he looked at the indifferent Trissy. His voice was like a volcano that was about to erupt. "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him and out the window. She chuckled and instead of answering she asked, "Did you see the meteor shower just now? Did you feel the tremors of the earth?" Behind her, the porcelain and other objects in the museum cabinet had already fallen onto the thick, soft carpet, and the old butler, Finkel, was standing beside her. "This isn't too rare," Edisac replied in a deep voice. Trissy raised her eyebrows slightly. "You're very slow. Then I'll be honest with you. I'm a demoness." Prince Edisac's expression didn't change in the slightest. He turned to the old butler and said, "Guard the door and don't let anyone in." "Yes, Your Highness." Finkel glanced coldly at Trissy, turned around, and walked out of the solarium. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Edisac slowly exhaled. "Trissy Cheek, you prefer to be called Trissy. I know you're a demoness, and the person who helped you buy the Beyonder ingredients didn't succeed. What you obtained was all provided by me. I don't mind if my consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster." Trissy was taken aback at first, but then she revealed a teasing smile. "You know a lot. Then do you know that I was once a man, and my real name is Trissy?" "What?" Edisac's eyes widened as he tilted his head slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth like a lunatic. "Ha, you didn't hear wrong. I was once a man. I was once like you, longer and thicker than you down there. But the witch potion forcefully changed my gender. Isn't it disgusting? Do you have goosebumps all over your body?" She vented out the words that had been bottled up for a long time and took 2 steps forward. Edisac instinctively retreated, his throat involuntarily moving up and down. "No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's nothing wrong with you. I can confirm this." He first muttered to himself, then raised his voice and said, "From the moment I knew you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend that nothing like this has happened. What I like and love is the current you." Trissy was taken aback. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her laughter. "You are a poor man. Don't you understand? Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Even if you like—" She paused and continued, "even the fact that you fell in love with me was arranged by someone else. Don't you think that everything happened too fast? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe it has such a magical power. You're acting like the main character in a third-rate romance novel." Just because you met me once, you fell in love with me, a stranger, and forgot the target you used to like. This is too crazy. Prince Edisac's eyes stared straight ahead and his mouth opened, but he didn't say a word. His body suddenly shook, as if he had finally awakened from a long dream. Why, you're indeed my type. But my reaction is really too exaggerated. The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up as she tilted her head and sneered. Poor man, even something like liking has been arranged by someone else, like a puppet on strings. Don't you understand? You're an expendable target, and I'm not only a hostage needed for the cooperation between the royal family and the demonist sect, but also a disguise necessary for deception. I'm carrying the important items of the demonist sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any time and lose the treasures. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. Once the matter is exposed to the 3 churches or other factions in the military, the development of the matter will be very simple. Prince Edisac was greedy for beauty and secretly raised a demonist. Knowing that his sins were grave, he committed suicide with a gun. Then, all the problems will be covered up. No. Edisac blurted out. Then, he asked with a distorted face, what are they cooperating with the demonist sect for? How could a hostage who can be abandoned at any time know? Trissy laughed self-deprecatingly. That's all the reason I want to escape. She lowered her head and laughed softly, her body trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she looked up again and curled the corners of her mouth. What do you want to do with me? Strip me naked and throw me on the bed? No, you should already have a psychological barrier. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth now. It's not embarrassing for 2 poor people to comfort each other. Prince Edisac looked at Trissy in silence for nearly a minute with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and pointed to the other side. You can leave. Leave through that door. Trissy raised her eyebrows in surprise. You're letting me go? Yes. Edisac turned to look out the window and slowly replied, I'll stop Finkel. As for whether or not you can escape the other pursuers, it'll depend on your own strength and luck. Trissy's eyes were confused for a few seconds before she quickly ran to the secret door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back. What about you? Edisac didn't turn his head as he continued staring out the floor-to-ceiling window, as if he was looking for a shadow of the past. He smiled and said, Of course. Me? Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final ending, be it good or bad. Trissy took a deep breath and didn't stay any longer as she entered the secret door. St. Samuel Cathedral, in a quiet room. One of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the person in charge of the Bakelin diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. This beardless, deep-eyed elder had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he was wearing a black and red archbishop robe, he didn't give off a dark feeling. However, anyone who faced him would tremble from the bottom of their hearts, as if their spirituality was ruled by fear, or they would face an unknown existence watching them from the depths of the darkness. Trissy Cheek, the primordial demoness. St. Anthony patted the paper and immediately stood up. The surrounding light suddenly disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the darkness in the room. Inside the cathedral, all the praying believers instantly felt the descent of night. Everything quickly returned to normal, and St. Anthony appeared in front of the Cheney store in the cathedral's basement. The person leading the team today was spirit guide Daly Simone. Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed in a deep voice, Be prepared. Enter the process. I'm going to awaken a sealed artifact. He wanted to make use of 0 to 17. He wanted to use that terrifying sealed artifact to confirm and deal with matters related to Trissy Cheek. And this was the only grade 0 sealed artifact that was preserved outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 members of the church's upper echelons knew that it was in the Bakelin diocese. Yes, Your Grace. Daly was taken aback for a second before she immediately replied. While waiting, St. Anthony closed his eyes, and a portion of sealed artifact 017's information naturally surfaced in his mind. Number 17. Name XXXXX. Danger grade 0. Extremely dangerous. Of the highest importance. Of the highest confidentiality. Not to inquire, not to divulge, not to describe, not to pry. Confidentiality grade. Pope, team of researchers, and the Archbishop in charge of the Bacolod Diocese. Note: when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Bacolod Diocese, he needs to use sealed artifact 1-29 to erase the relevant memories. Sealing method. Complete the seal through the combination of 1-29 and 1-80. Description: this isn't an item. This is a living angel. She has a beautiful appearance, and her hair and eyes are black. She's suspected to be a young woman, but her actual age is impossible to estimate. She doesn't have the wings recorded in the books. Just from her appearance, she's not very different from an ordinary person. She doesn't have the ability to think, and has lost all sentience. Any person or item that approaches her will completely disappear. Through divination and other means, it can be confirmed that they are still alive and truly exist. However, no one has been able to find them. So far, 1,825 methods have been attempted, but all have failed. 017's range of influence will expand and contract irregularly. So far, it has caused more than 70 researchers to disappear. Warning: she cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale era of the Fourth Epoch. Exact year missing. Exact date missing. Exact location missing. Appendix 2. According to the data, she has been awakened 5 times. By transmitting the information and searching for the fake in Zangwill, Klein, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the master key and headed straight for the exit indicated in the revelation. He knew very well that with a carpet search, the corpse in the uninhabited room would quickly be discovered. Therefore, he had to make every second count and rush to the exit as soon as possible. The powers of a faceless need to be paired with a mystical item that can destroy corpses. It didn't take long for Klein, who had gained true knowledge through practice, to pass through one checkpoint after another and arrive at the exit indicated by the divination. But what surprised him was that there were no guards here. There was only a heavy stone door that stood there alone. What's going on? Why isn't there anyone guarding the exit? Was my divination misguided, or are the guards outside? Amidst his thoughts, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, returning to his light and agile state. Following that, he came in front of the stone door and felt his way to the left corner of the wall. After cautiously confirming it with a gold coin, Klein took out the ancient brass key, pressed it against the wall, and twisted it gently. A ripple appeared and shook slightly. Klein silently passed through the wall and didn't use the main door. The first thing he saw was the natural light that shone down from the dome. This meant that this was indeed the exit. Klein cautiously didn't move as he quickly adapted to the light. He saw neat but mottled gray stone slabs beneath his feet, and there were thick pillars in front of him. This was a large hall, and in the middle, there were 4 hooded figures kneeling around what appeared to be an altar. Following that, a gentle but slow female voice entered Klein's ears. Chapter 478. Mr. A? Mr. A from the Aurora Order? Klein, who had planned to slowly move along the wall and the shadows to the door, shrank back without a sound. Zangwill should be working with a certain faction of the royal family. To be able to excavate and hide such a large underground ruin near Bacolod, it must be one of the leading forces of the Rouen kingdom. The addition of Zangwill and 0-08 can directly eliminate the possibility of the Church of the Goddess. Although the people of the Lord of Storms are a little rash and chauvinistic, they aren't likely to cooperate with the Demonist sect. At least up to now, there haven't been any suspected beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. By the same logic, the Church of Steam and Machinery isn't too suspicious, The Aurora Order is also involved? What were they trying to do? Klein leaned against the wall and slowed down his breathing. He listened to the conversation from the center of the hall while thinking. After a brief silence, a hoarse voice sounded. Done. The answer was so concise that Klein couldn't figure out what they were plotting. The clear and melodious voice from before chuckled and said, "That's right. You don't seem to trust us?" "Yes," Mr. A responded bluntly. Then I will honestly describe our goal and why we want to cooperate with you. We've done something and left some traces. Before the Church of Night, Storm, Steam, and the military find out, we have to do the corresponding cleaning, and we need your help." "Well, it seems that you haven't really understood what I mean. Then, let me give you an example. Let's say that I committed a serious crime such as murder in a house. What's the best way to destroy the evidence and clues? There's no need. Letting others witness such behavior is our goal," Mr. A said indifferently. "As expected of the people from the Aurora Order. They're a bunch of lunatics." Klein confirmed that the man who spoke was Mr. A, the one who killed Ambassador Intis. "Let's say it was me instead of you." The clear and gentle female voice had a barely noticeable sound of breathing. After a second, Mr. A replied, "Burn that house and bury all the clues inside." There was a hint of a smile in the gentle female voice. "That's exactly what we're thinking. I'll be in charge of arson, and you'll use this opportunity to expand the situation and create a channel or vessel for your Lord to descend upon this world. And the only price you'll have to pay is that you'll have to bear all the notoriety and receive the greatest hatred from the military and the 3 major churches. But I don't think you'll mind. As long as we can welcome the return of the Lord, even if we are hated by all the forces, we will not have any fear." Mr. A's tone was no longer as indifferent and distant. "Arson? The Aurora Order will take the opportunity to complete the true Creator's descent ritual? This must be the 3rd time. Why am I running into her again? This is AF King ill-fated relationship." Klein couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, he was abnormally curious and wary of a particular faction of the royal family, the Demonist sect and Inszangwil. It was so terrifying that they needed to use the descent of the true Creator as a shield. Perhaps they've left something up their sleeve. In the end, they'll destroy the Aurora Order's ritual and drag down all the other factions apart from me. Klein thought nervously yet calmly. "From the looks of it, you no longer have any doubts." The gentle female voice chuckled. "This place is very well hidden, and there are corresponding arrangements. You can hold the ritual without worry about being disturbed before it succeeds. As for the parts outside, we've already completed the preparations. We've been waiting for me to light the first flame. If you still have any doubts, you can check it again." Just as Mr. A spoke, Klein heard a clanging sound. It was the sound of the door opening. "Who let you in? Didn't I order that no one is to approach this place?" the gentle female voice said, suppressing her anger. "Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated underground. The higher-ups have sent me in to make arrangements and close the corresponding passageway," a male voice with an obvious Bakeland accent replied quickly. The so-called Lady Despair fell silent for a few seconds, as though she was communicating with an unknown existence to confirm the situation. Finally, she said without changing her voice and tone, "Go in. Don't come out again, and don't let anyone come out. Wait for further notice." "Yes, Lady Despair." The man ran straight for the stone door, and there was a clanging sound in the background. From where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see the stone door that led to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of average height, neither fat nor thin, appeared there. "Phew!" The man took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and pushed open the heavy stone door with a ferocious expression. At that moment, Klein had completely taken in his appearance and characteristics without missing anything. This was the beyonder power of a faceless. The man's skin was brownish red, and he had obvious southern continent blood. His facial features were unremarkable, making it difficult to remember. As he was gritting his teeth, a portion of his teeth were revealed. The third tooth on the upper left shone with a golden light. It was a fake tooth. This, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, Klein frowned as he found it familiar for some baffling reason. Soon, he used his technique to recall the source of the familiarity. The hanging man had once asked the tarot members to find a man with brownish-red skin, missing the third tooth on the left, and a strong Bakeland accent. The man's name was Baron, and he was related to the escape and disappearance of many colonial island slaves. And at that moment, the man in front of Klein was almost identical to the Baron described by the hanging man. The disappearance of colonial island slaves. Many tribes in the southern continent have vanished into thin air. Baron has appeared here. Capim, who controls a large portion of the underground slave trade, is protected by 4 Beyonders suspected to be from the Arbiter pathway. The strongest of them is a Sequence 6, or even a Sequence 5. Capim insists that the target of the kidnapping is the purer and naive girls. The passing of the Grain Act and the improvement of textile machines caused a large amount of unemployment. Many female textile workers obtained new jobs and quietly left Eastborough, leaving no clues behind. The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's mind, pointing deep underground. What are they doing that requires such a large population, as well as so many pure girls? A ritual? An extremely terrifying ritual that needs to be carried out in secret and takes a very long time? Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. Creak. Bang. The stone door closed, and Baron disappeared from his line of sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's hoarse voice sounded again. I smell an accident. Let's begin before it arrives. Lady Despair replied softly. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I need you to send me to Eastborough. Eastborough? Klein had another bad feeling. No problem, Mr. A replied without any fluctuation in his emotions. Wearing a hood, a transparent and blurry book quickly appeared in front of him, accompanied by a distant and ethereal chant. I came, I saw, I recorded. The book flipped quickly and stopped at one of the pages, immediately emitting a pale blue and illusory light. The light enveloped Lady Despair in a pure white robe, causing her figure to blur before becoming invisible. Lady Despair instantly saw countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. She discovered that at the highest point, there was a bright brilliance that seemed to contain endless knowledge. Her body was dragged forward by a strange force as she quickly shuttled back and forth. It didn't take long for her to leave her original spot and arrive at a secluded, dirty, and disgusting corner of an alley. She pulled down her veil, covered her face, and looked up into the sky. She saw that the afternoon sun was once again obscured by the clouds and fog, turning pale and gloomy. The pale yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, but it floated in every corner of Bakeland. It had a slightly choking smell, cold and moist. Unfortunately, I didn't wait until the smog is at its most severe and still. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden and temporary loss of control of 0-08, the appearance of Aztec, and the damage done by the Black Emperor have made things worse and attract attention. The operation can only be brought forward to today. Lady Despair looked around, walked out of the alley, and entered the street. Her footsteps were very slow, as if she was wandering in a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the fog would imperceptibly thicken a little, tainted with an iron-black color. The visible distance quietly decreased. After she left the street, a vagrant in an old jacket with a sallow face suddenly coughed violently and fell to the ground. 2 poor people who were very close to the vagrant retreated in horror. Then, they covered their throats and let out gasping sounds, as if they had a serious lung disease or bronchitis. They were already out of breath. The iron-black and pale yellow smog descended on Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory area that was spewing smoke. It constantly spread throughout all of Bakeland. The various scenes in the distance were drowned. Even the towering bell tower was left with a pale shadow. One by one, the workers and the poor felt uncomfortable. The vagrants, who were struggling to resist the cold and fatigue, circled the route that the lady took. One by one, they fell ill. Human lives were as fragile as the bubbles during laundry. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as if she was completing a piece of art. She walked among the passers-by without any abnormalities. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she chuckled softly. This day will be remembered in the history of the Kingdom of Rouen, the great smog of Bakeland. The dark valley had been completely covered by the pitch-black illusory water surface, but the writing of 0-08 didn't stop. It frantically arranged absurd, laughable, and horrifying stories wherever it could be written. The dropping of his pants didn't affect Zangwill's performance because he was wearing a long robe. Perhaps he had long expected such an accident. The imperative mage left Aztec Eggers rooted to the ground, temporarily depriving him of two powerful Beyonder powers. He was a good helper in the truest sense of the word, but the overlapping door between the spirit world and the underworld was attracted by Aztec's characteristics. It was struck by the power of their battle, resulting in an unpredictable change. At this moment, an unknown existence was attracted and passed by. He used his opportunity to extend his hand into the real world. He has captured Zangwill. In midair, two blood-yellow arms covered in squirming rotten flesh suddenly extended out from behind the clergyman's black robe.